Well, well, well. Finally, at long last, finally, after 3 weeks of painstaking deliberation, we have another decision. It's being billed by the self-proclaimed king as the final decision. LeBron James shocking the basketball world. I must admit, I certainly didn't see this one coming, making his decision finally known and announcing that he will be taking his talents to none other than the Philadelphia 76ers. And hear ye, all hail the king coward, LeBron James, the mercenary ring-chasing scrub that has been doing it like no one else for the better part now of 15 plus years and counting. The king coward himself shocks me like just when I thought I had seen everything. He takes his talents to South Beach to join up with a top 3 player in Dwayne Wade. They recruit a top 20 player in Chris Bosh. He bounces to an ascending all-star guard in Kyrie Irving, brings in another top 10 player in Kevin Love before ferrying himself to LA and colluding with his clutch mate Anthony Davis, a top 5 player when healthy. Just when I thought I had seen it all, at nearly 42 years of age, the king showed that he still has some juice left, pun intended, because he is now amassing arguably the best roster on paper that he has ever been a part of in going to the Philadelphia 76ers to try to chase down a couple more meaningless super team rings. And why is that? Why is he doing that now at the age of 42? Well, because we must come to understand and accept that it's because LeBron James is an outright liar. He has been lying to us. His sycophantic jock sniffers led by the Hobbit Rich Paul have been lying to us for years and years when they jump onto any platform they can get on to try to excuse away the fact that he has only 4 rings, to try to paint championships as some kind of a team accomplishment, to say that LeBron isn't playing for rings, isn't chasing championships because, well, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't really need them. All of that undone and proven unequivocally false by the fraud coward king himself today, LeBron James, in making this obvious ring chase decision to try to cram in another ring or two, seemingly to surpass Steph Curry, seemingly to get on the same footing as Kobe Bryant, and maybe even the same footing as, yes, Michael Jordan, because rings do matter. LeBron and his little band of jock-sniffing bootlickers have known it all along, and now they confirm as much with this pathetic decision. LeBron just dragging it out, begging these other teams to try to increase or enhance their supporting cast by trading for Kyrie Irving or Anthony Davis. This guy is such a fraud, such a loser, doesn't believe in himself to the degree that just Giannis Antetokounmpo isn't enough, that just Steph Curry and whatever else Golden State has isn't enough, that just what the Cleveland Cavaliers had in Donovan Mitchell, James Harden wasn't enough, despite the fact they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. None of those teams had enough to get the fraud king over the top to steal another championship or two. So he had to drag it out and beg them to try to enhance their supporting cast, to try to make a trade for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. Seemingly, though, that wasn't going to happen because neither the Washington Wizards, who can control Anthony Davis's rights right now, or the Dallas Mavericks, who have the rights to Kyrie Irving, neither of them wanted to play ball. Neither of them wanted to put those players on the block. So the gutless coward king, LeBron James, just had to make the best business decision that he could in terms of trying to steal a couple more rings and go to the most jacked, stacked roster in the running for his services. Of course, the Philadelphia 76ers, who not only beat the Boston Celtics in the postseason last year, they acquired Jaylen Brown in the offseason. Jaylen Brown, who was second team All-NBA last season, who finished 6th in league and MVP vote, joining Tyrese Maxey, the ascending all-star guard who actually was All-NBA himself last year, third-team All-NBA. And by the way, I think you can make a case easily that Jaylen Brown should have been first-team All-NBA last year and Tyrese Maxey should have been second-team. They were fourth and fifth league-wide in scoring last year, and they are joining a backcourt which contains an ascending young second-year player now in VJ Edgecombe, who was a top 2 or 3 rookie league-wide last year. Probably you put him third behind the Duke boys in Knipple and Cooper Flagg. But VJ Edgecombe, definitely no slouch, very NBA ready, and again, an ascending second-year star in his own right. Oh, and then still in the mix, in case you forgot, the guy who can barely get himself on the floor, but when he does, is still one of the 2 or 3 best bigs on the face of planet Earth. Of course, former league MVP, Joel Embiid. This roster is absolutely preposterously stacked. And now a guy, again, who's been lying seemingly for years about rings not mattering. This is the same guy in LeBron James who's been telling us for years that money does matter, that money is the thing, that money is an indicator of value. And that's why LeBron doesn't really like to take haircuts. I know he doesn't need haircuts, actually, as a guy who spray paints his hair on since he's about 25 years old. But this is why this guy doesn't give discounts throughout the course of his NBA career, by and large. Now he is oiling himself up, twerking himself over to Philadelphia, crawling on his hands and knees, and begging to ring chase at $4 million a year, taking the mid-level exception, the vet minimum, I should say, 3.9 milli for the next 2 years now, mind you, 2-year commitment, $8 million total for LeBron James to, again, try to ring chase his way to the ghost that he never caught, never got close to in Chicago, the guy that still is obviously looming large in LeBron's mind, living rent-free and haunting his nightmares, the ghost in Chicago, GOAT Michael Jordan, the one that, again, LeBron hasn't sniffed in terms of getting close to his legacy as the GOAT in the last 23 years, now soon to be a 24th and 25th season. And let me just help LeBron James out here, obviously, because he needs it. Hopefully he's watching, or Rich is watching, or someone from his inner circle is watching right now. LeBron, go win a ring or 2 with the Philadelphia 76ers as the 3rd or 4th option. That ain't going to get you what you think it's going to get you in terms of getting any closer to GOAT Mike, or for that matter, Kobe Bryant, which again, I have to mention the late, great Kobe Bryant here at this point as well, because, well, LeBron James has lived in the shadow of Kobe Bryant for the last 8 years in Los Angeles. A miscalculation by LeBron James when he went to LA, in my estimation. He didn't really factor in how powerful Kobe Bryant still was in that city, and he was completely dwarfed and overshadowed by Bryant for the last 8 years. No true self-respecting Laker fan ever really adopted or accepted LeBron James into that golden armor, because he is the antithesis of the late, great Kobe Bryant, the exact opposite. This ring-chasing mercenary taking the easy way out, gallivanting around the NBA, never taking challenges face up like Kobe Bryant basically built his entire career and life around with that Mamba mentality. Now LeBron finally escapes the shadow of the late, great Kobe Bryant in the city that he played in and the building basically that he built, but he goes back to Kobe Bryant's home, where Bryant, of course, was born in Philly, raised in Italy, returned to Philadelphia to play his high school ball, and still Kobe Bryant is a favorited son of that city, Philadelphia. So now LeBron jumps from one city of Kobe's to the other to continue living in the Black Mamba's shadow. LeBron, please do something, anything with a little bit of originality. Of course, he now for the 3rd time spits in the face of and stabs in the back Cleveland. This is for you. Of course, first famously in his original decision in the summer of 2010, when he went on nationwide airwaves on ESPN in that Boys and Girls Club in Connecticut, and announced that he was taking his talents to South Beach. Well, no one knew about that other than the people, I guess, in Miami and the people that were preparing to do that decision with ESPN. So basically, all of Cleveland, the fans, even the organization, his teammates found out in that decision. He then leaves again to go to LA, and now a third time spurned is Cleveland and their fans. So LeBron, he mentioned in his pathetic little tweet, which I guess we can get to, or his post, whatever, his social media post about this decision. We can get to that, unpack that, break that down. But he actually mentions the people of Ohio and how much he loves them and loves Ohio. LeBron spitting in the face of and stabbing them in the back again. The only move, in my opinion, that would have made any sense would have been Golden State, if not Cleveland, because he can make it about his family and that he wanted to remain close to his family. And it's only about an hour flight from Golden State to Los Angeles, where his family is seemingly going to stay. But no. LeBron going to Philadelphia. Not even Miami, of course, who was also sniffing around a return for the King to make his second stint there with Giannis Antetokounmpo, a top 2 to 3 player league-wide when healthy. No, it's a fourth different team now for the mercenary coward king, LeBron James, because, of course, despite the fact he has chosen one tattooed across his back, despite the fact that he calls himself the king and the GOAT, he himself doesn't believe any of that, because he is going now to try to scrape by another super team garbage, meaningless championship ring on his way out. And he's probably going to play 2 years now there as well to try to do it. Just to me, an absolutely shocking and stunning move overall. We've been waiting for this decision, obviously, for weeks. Bunch of speculation. Started out that Golden State seemed to be it 3 weeks-ish ago. Then Cleveland was basically in the driver's seat for most of the 3 weeks in between, with, as of recent, the last few days, Miami surging up the betting odds market, indicating that maybe a return to South Beach might be in the works for LeBron James. Really, Philadelphia and Minnesota have kind of been on the outskirts of it for this entire time span here over the last 3.5 weeks that we've been dealing with this. But Philly, out of nowhere, snags the coward king, LeBron James, to ring chase in the Eastern Conference, taking his talents back east, limping back with his tail between his legs. One finals appearance in 8 years in the Western Conference. So 9 of his finals appearances coming in the 15 years in the Eastern Conference. Obviously, he knew he had to get out of the West because he couldn't succeed there. We all knew that he never would be able to, and he proved that out as well when he went to LA. Now back to the East with this loaded team, which won a first-round series last year against the Boston Celtics, who were the favorites to come out of the Eastern Conference. In the summer, they add Jaylen Brown, and now LeBron James. So a fascinating decision that we can unpack. Certainly here, we can take your questions and comments as well, which I always do. I will get to and read all of them, of course, before I sign out here, and I will be making a video when I do that. I want to welcome in at this time the roughly 1,600 people that are joining us here on this special day and time Skap live event here. Welcome into all of you. Please do make sure that you hit that like button now, please, for me. Let the YouTube algorithm gods know that they should send other people here to hang out with us and unpack this, break this down. And if you're not, guys, if you're new to the channel or whatever, just finding me, make sure you hit that subscribe button, please. I'm getting close to the 100,000 subscriber goal that I've had for many, many months now. So please, I'm about 1,500 away. Please help carry me the rest of the way. Gary, let me welcome in moderator Gary at this time as well, who joins us as he typically does. Gary, what's up? Welcome to you. What is your initial takeaway on this? What are your initial thoughts when you heard, roughly, it's been about an hour now since Shams Charania broke the news that LeBron had made his big decision. Gary, let me get your take. And then if you could, after that, go and pull the tweet from LeBron James after that. And let's read, you could read that to me because I have some thoughts on that. But what's your initial takeaway on LeBron to Philly?
I texted you a few days ago, I really thought he was going to Miami. And I thought that before that whole quote unquote leak. Who the heck knows what that really was? If it was a publicity stunt for some reason. I thought that with Bam and Giannis in the front court, LeBron doesn't have to worry about defense. Then I thought Pat Riley was going to buy out Klay Thompson, possibly sign Bradley Beal, DeRozan, put some guys around him. And I even thought, because I know he's friends with Chris Paul. Chris Paul could have come in there and played part-time minutes and mentored Davion Mitchell, who's a very good defender himself. I really thought Miami was the best fit for him, even though I don't think they would have actually won a championship. But they could at least contend with OKC and San Antonio in the front court. Whereas, Philadelphia is not going to do that because Embiid, we know he's not going to be healthy throughout the playoffs. There's no way. If you had guaranteed health, if Joel Embiid was fully healthy for the whole year, I think they could win the championship, but they wouldn't even need LeBron to pull that off. If you had Jaylen Brown, Maxey, and a healthy Embiid, they can win the championship. No LeBron needed.
I don't think they could win this year, Gary, regardless. I think you could assume all the health that you want to at this point. When has LeBron gone to a team? We've seen him jump to many different teams now at this point. This is his fourth team that he's heading to, the fourth organization, I should say, that he's heading to. But not even is it the fourth move, because of course, remember, he went from Cleveland to Miami, then he went from Miami to Cleveland, then from Cleveland to LA, then from LA to, so he's bounced all over the place. Gary, when has he ever won in the first year that he has arrived in a new destination?
No. This is what I'm saying. No. I'm saying without LeBron, forget the LeBron signing. I'm saying if they had a healthy Embiid, I think they have a legitimate shot at a championship if they're all healthy. I don't think they're going to be healthy. I don't think Joel Embiid will be healthy, but my point is if he was, and what I'm saying is they would not even need LeBron. LeBron could go sign elsewhere. Philadelphia.
Right, but here's my point. This is my point. Let me try to clarify.
Yeah.
It's hard to just accumulate a bunch of different talents, put them on a roster in 1 year, learn it on the fly together, make it work, figure it all out, and win 4 series. It doesn't really happen unless you're adding like one piece. Like we saw the Golden State Warriors were a 73-win team. They won immediately in year 1 of Kevin Durant. But that's because they were a finished product already. They were a complete team that won a championship the year before. Then they won 73 games the following year. Then they added Kevin Durant, just one piece that fit perfectly and plugged in. When LeBron James goes somewhere, there's lots of turnover and change. Like when he went to Miami the first time, it wasn't just D Wade. They were also bringing in Chris Bosh. When he went to Cleveland, it wasn't just joining Kyrie Irving. They were also bringing in Kevin Love. It's hard to just slop stuff together, a bunch of different like high caliber players, and try to make it work at one time. So like Jaylen Brown is now coming into a situation where you've got Tyrese Maxey took 21 shots a game last year. Jaylen Brown shot 22 times a game. VJ Edgecombe's going to need 15, 16 shots a game. Like when Joel Embiid is healthy, he takes 18, 20 shots a game. Now LeBron James, like how are you going to figure all of that out in year 1? That's why I'm saying even if we assume health and we, fast forward to the playoffs and they're all 100% healthy, I still don't think they can figure it out and make it work in year 1. Now, if they would stay all healthy for year 2, I think year 2 would be what we're looking at. But who knows? Because they're all older and LeBron's 42 this year, will be 43 next year. Joel Embiid ain't getting any healthier as he gets older, to your point. So that's why I think year 1 is kind of going to be a wash, because even though the East is the lesser conference and it's the Eastern Conference, they're better, Gary. You got the defending champion Knicks, I like what the Toronto Raptors did if they keep Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
Boston, who knows what they're going to be this year. But I like Atlanta. They got two guys from the Oklahoma City Thunder, including Lou Dort. They're going to be Atlanta's going to be one of the best perimeter defenders, or one of the best perimeter defensive teams in the entire NBA. The East is pretty good. So just to throw all these guys and all these pieces in because they look amazing on paper and expect them to succeed, I don't think it's going to work out like other people think. And I'll turn it back to you, Gary, in 1 second. But I think it's a huge, immense risk on LeBron James's part, because if he goes to Cleveland, he can just make it about, I'm going home, I'm finishing the story. Where I started is where I'm going to finish. If he went to Golden State, he could say, it's about my actual family. I want to stay close to LA where my family's going to be. Now that he goes to Philadelphia, it is a pure ring grab. It's a pure ring chase. So and he even says in that post that we'll read in a second, the Twitter post, he even says, I'm elevating them to championship status. If they fail, it's yet another pathetic mark on LeBron James's record, in my opinion.
Yeah, and another thing my first thought was, how is this going to interfere with VJ Edgecombe, his development? Because that guy, we've seen the rookies, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, Knipple, and now look at this rookie class. They look really good as well so far, at least in Summer League. So what I'm excited about the present and the future. And LeBron is just overstaying his welcome. It's like, okay, we know who you are. It's time to take a back seat to this young talent. So VJ Edgecombe, we expected for him to emerge this year and go to another level. This is going to hurt him. Philly, LeBron does not help Philly. VJ Edgecombe's emergence helps Philly. LeBron doesn't. So I think that imagine if VJ Edgecombe does develop this year and start to get good, I could see the narcissist LeBron find a way to curb that and make it about himself, because he's already going to have a hard enough time sharing the ball with Jalen and Tyrese Maxey. But then Edgecombe was going to be your number 3. Now he's supposed to be number 4. To me, he's still number 3. And then, of course, if Embiid's healthy, then they all drop down a slot as well, because Embiid would be 1 or 2 with Jalen.
Yeah.
So this is just, quick, I don't understand this.
Yeah, real quick. Let me just go over it real fast. Tyrese Maxey last year, 21 shot attempts per game, 21.4. VJ Edgecombe, 13.8. Joel Embiid, 18. Jaylen Brown, stand by, I think it's 22, but stand by. Jaylen Brown last year, 21.7. And last year, LeBron James, even in his age 41 year, which again will be 42 in December, on a team that had Austin Reeves for much of the year and Luka Doncic for much of the year, and he was sharing the floor with them. So kind of a de facto third option still last year. Still 15 shots per game for LeBron James. That's a lot of shot attempts from a lot of those guys. So I honestly don't know where they're going to get enough balls to roll out on the court. So I honestly don't know. Sorry, I'm echoing there. I'm going to mute you, Gary, because I'm echoing. I honestly don't know where they're going to get enough balls to go around on the court. And that's why I say this is an immense risk, in my opinion, for LeBron James. And I don't understand the move at all. There wouldn't have been as much of a championship kind of pressure on him to succeed at that level and actually win a title if he just went to Cleveland, even though they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. I don't think he would have had that same pressure if he went to Golden State even, because they're in the more difficult Western Conference. There's a bunch of older guys on that team. Now he's going to the best team that was pursuing him throughout this free agency cycle. And he's doing it by essentially telling us that he's doing it to chase rings. So after years of him and Rich Paul trying to tell us that rings don't matter and winning is a team accomplishment, he is now admitting that he's going there to chase rings. I just have the first card up. I want to talk because this is just straight cap, as the kids would say, Gary. It's just unadulterated lying from LeBron James. I want to bring the first card up here, and then I'll read the remainder. He posted like 3 or 4 successive.
I've got them right here. I'm ready to read it.
All right, let me put this one up first, though, Gary, because I wanted to screen grab.
Yeah, I've got all that. Yeah.
I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at the last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love the game. That is straight cap, as the kids would say, straight and undeniable cap from the Cap King, LeBron James. He was pretty sure he played his last game. Get out of here with that. This guy missed the go-ahead shot, blew a go-ahead layup, basically, in Game 4 against the Thunder to get swept out of the playoffs. And then nobody really, his own team didn't even want him back. No way was LeBron going out like that. 0% chance. He said, I was pretty sure I was done. Get the hell out of here. All right, Gary, pick up for me, if you will, after that first card. There's like 2 more things. Gary, go ahead and read those ones for us.
This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete to win and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team. And I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA and Miami. I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home. Yeah, we want to see you against the Philadelphia fan base as well, because that is going to be hilarious, because they're going to give you zero grace. Every time you make a mistake, you're going to be under a microscope, and that fan base are ravening wolves. That's going to be hilarious.
Gary, there's so much to unpack in that. He says, this is my last decision. I'm not going for money, obviously, because none of the contending teams were willing to trade anything of any note for him. So they didn't have anywhere near the cap space that would be required to give him the kind of money he has become accustomed to. So he's signing a 2-year, $8 million deal. That's a total $1 million. So basically the veteran minimum is what he's accepting. So he says he's not going for money. And he also says, I'm not going for family. So F them kids is basically what LeBron said. Like, you guys, y'all stay in LA. I'm out. We'll see if not going for family also entails him abandoning Bronny and leaving him in LA. I think they're still probably going to work something out, the Sixers and the Lakers. Go ahead, Gary.
Someone, another YouTuber pointed out that LeBron actually, he has a dream to play with his son. He also has a dream to play against his son. And what I've heard is that the Lakers actually like Bronny as a person and may keep him on for another year or two, just as like I guess a guy deep on the bench.
Yeah, the changing, Gary, the changing of the goal, the moving of the goalpost by this guy, it's just unbelievable. But he's not making the decision for money because nobody had money to give him, and nobody wanted to actually give up assets to get him. He's not going for family. So what am I really playing for at this point? He asks, well, because he wants to win another championship. And he, by his own words, I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team. And I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Oh, and then shout out to Northeast Ohio. Cleveland, this is for you. Let me spit in your face and stab you in the back a third time. Shout out Northeast Ohio. Hilarious by this guy. What a tone-deaf narcissist. I literally cannot believe Gary, it's been a little over an hour now, and I am still reeling by this decision. I can't believe my eyes and my ears here. It really is, to me, a shocking turn of events. I thought all along it was going to be Cleveland, and if not, maybe Golden State or Miami, but definitely I did not see this coming because, again, look, whether he's delusional or what, or just covering or capping or whatever, I really took him and Rich at their word that, well, they don't really care about rings. They obviously do. They know they desperately need more. They know that 24 or 4 in 23 years is a pathetic and laughable failure. And let me just point this out. If anybody on the Clutch Army is tuning in right now to us, this ain't it. Like, if you go and fail there, and we're talking 4 in 25 years with now easy money, a third super team, a third career super team, book it. Not 1, not 2, but 3 career super teams. And if you only can deliver 4 in a quarter of a century, like, this is just going to enhance the level of failure, and it's going to move this fraud further down on the totem pole of all-time greats. Gary, I'll turn it back to you, but let me just shout out now the 2,200 people that are joining us. Many thanks to all of you guys for being here. Special day and time, Skap Live. Hit those likes for me right now. Please make sure also that you subscribe and turn on notifications if you haven't already. Gary, I mean, do you see that this is a huge pressure move now for LeBron James? Like, I think they're going to be the second or third odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship now this season. Like, I'm going to wait to see what the market does or what Las Vegas adjusts for. I think the Spurs are going to remain the favorites. Maybe OKC still up there at the number 2 spot. But I think the Philadelphia 76ers are going to be the third odds-on favorite and the top team in the Eastern Conference to allegedly be in title contention. If they lose in the first or second round, this is going to be a hilarious failure. I mean, I just can't wrap my head around it, Gary.
I have just, honestly, I've been so excited for the upcoming season because I love the direction, the future. OKC, New York, San Antonio, shout out to all 3 of them for doing masterful roster constructions. That's the future of this league. Shout out to the Utah Jazz and the Atlanta Hawks. They are building really solid rosters. Caleb Wilson and the Bulls. I am excited for so many of these teams. The 76ers are going to have like 0 team chemistry. They're going to have some great games in the regular season where it's all clicking. But come playoff time, when they actually go against real teams, they're going to get embarrassed, and it's going to be hilarious because LeBron never had just the mental fortitude to stick through a tough situation. Like when Cleveland got tough, he bailed. When Miami got tough, he bailed. Then Cleveland got tougher again, he bailed again. If he had stayed put in Cleveland when Durant got injured against the Raptors, LeBron and Cleveland would have went back to the championship and maybe even won another couple rings, possibly, had he stayed put in Cleveland and not went to the Lakers, because the Warriors broke up after that. And who was always in the way of LeBron and the Cavs? It was the Kevin Durant Warriors. That team was gone. So with them out of the way, had he stayed pat at Cleveland, I'm not saying for sure they win another championship, but that would have put him in best position. Then he went to the Lakers, and we know how that all turned out. So he shot himself and this was a year where there was parity. So he would have faced like the Phoenix Suns in the finals instead of the Warriors, teams like that, instead of the dynasty he was facing. So he always runs and ends up shooting himself in the foot. Had he stayed with the Lakers for a discount and they got Walker Kessler, this Lakers team with LeBron playing, at a league vet minimum, would be an upgrade from where he was last year. And they did fairly well last year considering all the injuries they had.
I think, to your point, I think if LeBron never left Cleveland in the first place, if he just stayed there his whole career, he might have no championships. I think he might have found one or two, but it might be zero. Once he went to Miami, you're right. He should have just stayed in Miami. If he just stayed in Miami for the rest of his career, I think he'd be looked at much differently. The last two moves systematically have just completely depreciated and destroyed this guy's legacy, in my opinion. Like going to LA and failing there. And yes, it's a failure. 32 and 31 is his record in the postseason in 8 years in the Los Angeles Lakers. The most storied organization in NBA history, which has been home to half of the best 10 players ever to live. The guy goes there. They do everything they can to surround him with whatever talent they can. 32 and 31 in the postseason, one finals appearance in 8 years. Just completely confirmed everything we said for 15 years, that this guy was a conference merchant and was just building super teams in the lesser conference to steal these cheap finals appearances. And that's why we don't count these finals appearances for him like the LeBron sniffers want to. And now going to Philly here at the end, it's just so pathetic and laughable to me. It is just such a transparent move, and it really does give a really good insight into the inner workings of the mind of LeBron James, of just how pathetic this guy is, how sad it is that a guy, methinks the gentleman doth protest too much, a guy he has such an inferiority complex that he has to tattoo chosen one on his back and go around having his kid and family and wife call him the GOAT. He really thinks that little of, he knows that people are laughing and snickering at him behind his back to such a degree that he feels as if he now has to go try to steal these couple extra rings on the way out. And it's hilarious to me, because he's been trying to tell us the reverse of all of that for years. He's been trying to say, oh, I'm confident in what I do on the floor. Like my whole case has already been made. I've accumulated all these stats no one's ever going to get to. Rings, championships. Huh? What do you mean? Titles? No, I don't. Rings? No, that doesn't matter to me. That's all just a team accomplishment. No. But now we see the truth. Now it comes breaking through here in this latest decision that all along he's been sitting there feeling inferior to all these other great players that came before him, most notably, obviously, Michael Jordan, and I would say Kobe Bryant too, because there is still a large sect of Kobe Bryant supporters that will never put this fraud ahead of Kobe Bryant. And it's just getting more pronounced now as he limps on further and further in his NBA career. It's just sad. It's pathetic. But I love it at the same time, because like I said, tons of pressure. They are going to have the expectation that they are at least in the NBA Finals series. And the Knicks just won the NBA championship. On paper, they have a hell of a lot less talent, but they're a real team that plays actual defense, that has defined roles and stuff. I mean, if Joel Embiid, he played 38 games last year, and he was dragging himself around the floor at the end of the Celtics series in the first round. If he doesn't hold up in the playoffs, who's going to rebound and defend the rim and stuff? They have no frontline defensive players at all. And then 3-4 guys that are going to be shot chucking and trying to steal shots off each other on offense. I don't think this is going to work out that well.
It's going to be a comedy show.
The expectation is that it should, and it will. So this is a perfect landing spot to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, for us, yes. Not for Philly fans, but for us. Hey, no town deserves LeBron more than Philadelphia. And that
Gary, I'll be honest. I lived in Philly for 5 years. I'm from Pittsburgh, so I've been in and around. I went to Penn State main campus in the central part of the state. So I've been in and around Pennsylvania my whole life, and I know still a lot of people that live in Philadelphia. By and large, most of them are very excited about this and very happy about this
That's
move.
fine.
And pretty confident. But once the failures start happening, if they lose,
Right.
like
In
there's
July.
some good teams in the East. Like if they lose in the second round, like it's
They
gonna
will.
be hilarious for LeBron, for his legacy, and for the city of brotherly love. So I am here for it. I am shocked. I thought a Cleveland return or Golden State return would have been pretty tepid in my estimation. I don't think I would have ripped it all that much, either one of those destinations. I said though in my mind, in my heart of hearts, when this whole process began, that if he went to Philly, I was just going to absolutely shred this as a gutless decision, which it is, and a ring chasing decision. So I'm excited actually about it. And yes, on paper, they have an immense amount of talent, but I just am not thinking this is going to work out for them. And they're now so capped to the max. There's nothing else they can do realistically to change or mold that lineup in any other way. It will be interesting to see if Bronny makes his way there. Boy, what a day. Definitely going to make a video about this as well. We've got 2,300 people on here now. We're hitting the 41-minute mark here, around 1 o'clock here, midday where I'm at in the Florida area, not near Miami, but you got to know Miami is also feeling heartbroken and devastated. They got a shout out as well in LeBron's FU final closing part about Northeast Ohio. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love. And Northeast Ohio will always, and Northeast Ohio will always home. This guy can't even get his post right. And Northeast Ohio will always be home, LeBron. How long have you had this 4-piece tweet queued up for like weeks? Couldn't you throw that one cursory proofread or send it to someone else who made it past high school to read that? Anyway, he shouts out Miami as well as he, again, stabs them in the back too. You got to think they got their hopes up too in these recent weeks. So just a hilarious decision by and large. One that I think will unanimously be hated by most of the United States of America. And Philly isn't winning any popularity contests either in the United States of America. Most markets and most other areas and fan bases hate Philly's guts. So this is just a beautiful pairing in my estimation. One that we can root against now seemingly for the next 2 years to come. Can't wait. Can't wait. Go ahead, Gary.
Let me ask for this hypothetical. I have heard this as a rumor floating around, is that Draymond Green, even if LeBron doesn't join Golden State, which we now know he won't, is signed out as a free agent and wants to go and play with LeBron wherever LeBron goes, even if he's willing to like play for a minimal amount of money. He just wants to experience playing with LeBron and try to win a championship together. Could you see the possibility of Draymond signing like a vet minimum with Philadelphia?
I don't think so, Gary. I just don't think so. That would be so pathetic. I mean, there's already the jokes write themselves with Draymond and LeBron. That would be such a beta gutless move by Draymond.
Well, that's what they are.
I know. I get it.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, Draymond, they need frontline defense. So he actually probably could help them out.
Right.
But I mean, who are the all right, so LeBron's definitely starting. So you've got Brown, Maxey, LeBron, Embiid, all certainly in the starting lineup. I mean, I would think VJ Edgecombe is a starter at this point. If Draymond goes, I guess Edgecombe is the odd guy out that would be moving to the 6-man role or to the bench role. Yeah, I don't know. They'd probably have to open up a roster spot as well. I don't even know if they have an MLE or a mid-level exception or
vet minimum
available. Honestly,
they could cut somebody like their last guy.
Yeah, or they'd have to trade someone off to do like a salary dump or something. I'm sure they could facilitate it, make it happen if they want to. I don't know, Gary. I think Dre is probably going to sign on to stay with the Warriors for this last run thing that they're building up with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. So I don't know. I don't see it, but that would make them even more hateable Is there a scenario that can make the Philadelphia 76ers any more hateable at this point? The fact that they're in Philadelphia, which again, most of the country doesn't seem to really warm up to that much by and large. You throw LeBron in this mercenary, gutless, coward decision to chase rings in on top of it. Could you make them any more dislikable or hateable? Ding, ding, ding. Add Draymond Green to the mix. That would certainly do it. So yeah, this is going to be a fascinating season, I think. And I'm glad that we have some clarity in the fact that it's going to be 2 years. And I think, look, if they would hypothetically win the championship, I think they're far away from doing that. But if they do, I think LeBron would obviously retire. Otherwise, if they go out in humiliating fashion, I think he will play for a second year with them. So it will be 25 years in the NBA for LeBron James. It's just wild. All to maybe, at the end of the day, have 4 championships to show for. 4 in 25 years. Almost unthinkable, unimaginable. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, real quick, before we get into the super chats, let me ask your opinion, because this is something I've been thinking about for like 2 weeks. Say you want to know where the best fit would have been for him. If now this is a hypothetical, and I'm just curious if you agree with me, because maybe this was a bad decision on the Timberwolves management. Had they not made the LaMelo trade and they kept Naz Reid and they kept Julius Randle, and then LeBron signed on to that team with a vet minimum, him and Ant-Man, Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert, and Julius Randle, that to me would have been a really well-balanced roster. That would have been the best fit for him, other than jumping on OKC or San Antonio. But as far as trying to get like a team that's not at the top over the hump, Minnesota could have done that. But once they got rid of Julius Randle and Naz Reid, you eliminate what made your team so good with that depth of defense. And now you just have LaMelo Ball, who's going to be hot and cold, and in the playoffs that doesn't work. But had they not made that trade, do you think if they had just added LeBron as a vet minimum, that could have been an interesting team?
I mean, I think it could have been between that and with Houston getting all of their pieces back, like Fred VanVleet getting an actual viable ball handler, point guard, and getting Steven Adams back, and then drop LeBron James into that lineup. Like, I think that team could have been a viable threat to San Antonio and Oklahoma City as well. So, like, yes, Minnesota, yes, that would have been a good fit. I think Houston would have been a really good fit. And also, look, nobody really talks about, like, Dallas had Kyrie and AD before they traded AD last year at the deadline. Seemingly LeBron wanted to play with Kyrie or AD. Like, Dallas has some interesting pieces, a young ascending player in Cooper Flag. Like, he could have sold that deal too. Like, he could, like, I'm going to teach Cooper Flag the ways. Like, I'm going to mentor him, and I'm rejoining my buddies AD and Kyrie. Like, that could have been an interesting. I don't think they would have competed for a championship. But
on Washington, remember?
What's that?
AD's on Washington now.
Yeah, I'm saying before Dallas traded him to Washington at the deadline.
Okay.
If they hadn't have traded him, like, that would have been maybe another landing spot. Obviously, that's just a hypothetical, as they did trade AD to Washington. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating year. I think this is probably more fascinating of a landing spot than any of the ones that were being rumored or discussed. Go ahead, Gary.
I actually got some steam going, some momentum going for Washington being a good spot with Trae Young, DeBonsta, AD, and Alex Sarr. You add LeBron to that team, he has more value for Washington than Philly, I think, because he's.
Here's the thing, Gary. The thing with LeBron, we know a couple things to be true about LeBron James at this point. One, he is a front runner, so he has to stack the decks to whatever degree that he can. And two, when he doesn't have the deck stacked, he's next at his best when there's no expectations. So if he went to a Dallas or a Washington, like, there would be no expectations at all. None. when he has a lot of pressure and expectations on him, he's generally at his worst, which is what he now welcomes by making this move and making this decision to join the Philadelphia 76ers. He is putting a huge target on his back and the 76ers back, a 76ers team which hasn't been all that successful in the playoffs. Joel Embiid, back in his healthier, more elite days, remember, never got out of the second round of the playoffs. Now you're throwing in Jaylen Brown, who has been discussed. I'm a big Jaylen Brown fan. I love Jaylen Brown. I would have tried to get him on my team if I was running a team when he was available. But with that said, there's some talk coming out of Boston about how the guy isn't a winner. He's kind of selfish. He's me first. He's about his stat line. He wants the shots. You're throwing that guy now in the mix with another guy in Maxey who's shooting 20-plus times a game and is a volume scorer. This team that has no proven track record of success, the trust the process thing erupted and exploded in their face, and now you're throwing LeBron James in for a last dance ring chase kind of thing. This has the potential on paper. Yeah, they should be in the finals, but it has the potential to go hilariously wrong and blow up in LeBron's and the 76ers faces like a Three Stooges exploding cigar. And I, for one, will be here for it, laughing my ass off every step of the way for the next year or 2 years. And with my ties to Philadelphia, I have several friends in Philadelphia still. I go into Philadelphia 2 to 3 times a year still for my fantasy football stuff. I could spend some time in Philly. I could work the beat. I could get into the games. So I'm excited about this move. While it is as gutless and pathetic as ever, I still have to applaud it because for my own personal beings, I really do enjoy it. And I think it's going to be a hilarious failure there, which will be it will be so satisfying, not only that it's a failure for LeBron, but also for Philadelphia, who, again, can be as insufferable of a fan base as there is in the entire world, not just the United States of America. Gary, we're at about the 52-minute mark now here. We've been going for about an hour. We still have 2,100 people here and a plethora of questions and comments to get to from all of you guys. Of course, I will hit all of them. Many thanks to you guys for your generosity at this point. I appreciate it. Let's start things off, kick it off with Sarah. What's up, Sarah? Welcome into you. One of the biggest female supporters here of the Skap Attack brand. I appreciate you so much, as always, for joining me here, Sarah, here for basically every live stream that we do, no matter what. So I know Sarah has her notifications turned on. Gary, what's the question or comment here from Sarah? And I'll read some of them, the shorter ones, to help move us along. But go ahead and kick this one off for me, Gary, from Sarah.
So when he chokes, will it be because they were out-talented? Smiley emoji.
Well, Sarah, look, come on. We know the arrangement LeBron has had for his entire NBA career will remain the arrangement he has for his 24th season. It's never LeBron's fault. If they lose, of course the narrative will be, well, LeBron is old. It's not his fault. Oh, Joel got hurt. Oh, Jaylen Brown's selfish. Like, there's plenty of scapegoats to go around for LeBron's fan base if it goes awry in the city of brotherly love. If they win, of course, it will be all LeBron's. It will be all because of LeBron. He will get all the credit, of course, all the praise, all the adulation. It will be because he energized that fan base and took Philadelphia to that championship level and taught them how to get over the hump. So, Sarah, come on. Of course, you know the answer to that question. LeBron will never be labeled the choker by his sycophantic fan base of sniffers and bootlickers. But of course, we, the rest of us collectively, the people with any intelligence or understanding of basketball will know that LeBron James is right at the heart of yet another choking failure, which is right where he's been for the vast majority of his preposterously overrated career. We've got Giuseppe DeRosa is up next. Welcome in, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Weak ass move. LeBron is a coward. I'm disgusted. Yeah, couldn't say it any better myself, Giuseppe. I, of course, agree completely with you. And hey, at least he's not coming to your neck of the woods. I know many people there wanted him, but I'm sure you, again, being a reasonable, rational, and intelligent basketball fan, wanted nothing to do with this guy. So I guess congratulations, Giuseppe, to you are warranted. We've got Gregory Lieber is in next. What's up, Gregory? My guy, I appreciate you being here. We want Connor, bring the bronze sexual. Well, guys, I'll be honest with you. Connor has been hitting me up here. He's ready. He says, hit me up when you're off the live. I can't let you get away with the nonsense. So Connor is ready. And just to give you a little insight into it, I'll do the video with Connor probably, I don't know, tonight or tomorrow. I'll make it happen and I'll get it posted ASAP. But I'll say this, Connor was ready to defect. Within the last few days, I was talking to him and he's like, bro, this is ridiculous. I'm sick of this. The 3 weeks, this is crazy. I'm ready. I'm going to be joining you sooner rather than later. And now he is pumped. He texted me. Oh, he's on right now. He's saying, let's go. Maybe we should bring Connor into the live stream right now. Maybe we should do that. I definitely want to have him on a full actual video, but maybe I should drop him the link right now. He's excited. Maybe I should just have, rather than reading these texts, maybe I should just impromptu have him on. Connor, bro, since you just texted me, text me now. Do you have any interest in joining us here real quickly on this live stream? What do you think? I'll work through some more of these chats. We're going to do a full video though still, Connor. I want you to have the full video platform. Yeah, I don't know.
This next comment's long. Pull that up. I'll read that, and then you can exchange back and forth with him.
Okay, but Gregory, just so you know, yes, I am in touch with Connor. He is excited about this move. He wants in. Go ahead, Gary. Read this super for us here, and I'll work on getting Connor in here.
Edmond Dante says, and I agree with this. I just think the Sixers have the worst defense out of all the contenders, and that's regardless if Embiid stays healthy. New York, Toronto, Indiana, Boston, Miami, no bench. This team loses in the second round, in my opinion. I agree.
Yeah, let me get back in here real quick before I finish setting up this email, and I'll answer that real quick. Yes, look, I think the Knicks are a real team, like I said in my lead-in. I think that they are going to, realistically, I think the Knicks are still in the driver's seat. We have to allot them that credit. I think that respect as defending champions. So on paper, they do not stack up to the Philadelphia 76ers. But I agree that honestly, the Sixers are not a real team. They're just a collection of talent. I like Toronto if they keep Kawhi. I like that a lot. I love what the Atlanta Hawks are doing. I think they could be a potential conference finals or a potential conference finalist, Edmund. So I agree completely with you on that take. And it has the potential to go very badly for LeBron and Philly. If they bow out they're not going to lose in the first round, but if they bow out in the second round,
they could.
Edmund, you mentioned some good teams, New York, Toronto. I don't know about Indiana, but definitely Boston, Miami, and even I'll throw in Atlanta, Charlotte. There are good teams that will not be afraid of this Philadelphia pairing or LeBron James. So, Edmund, to your point, this could go really badly for LeBron James really quickly, and that Philadelphia fan base will turn on him in a split second. So I will obviously be here for that. Edmund, many thanks to you for your kind and generous donation, by the way. I appreciate you supporting me and the show here. All right, let me get Connor in here. Let me get his email queued in here, and I'll tag him in because I would love to hear his take on this. Connor, do me a favor and just text me. I have your email, but it's not coming up. text me your email real quick, so I could just easily put it in here. It's for some reason not coming up. I don't know why. So Gary, we're gonna bring Gary. You have seen my videos, obviously, with Connor, right? Okay.
Yeah.
While Connor is working to get me his email, let me just do the lead in here on him. He is this is one of the guys that I went against in my House of Highlights debate, the Michael Jordan debate specifically. He was a part of. And then he was the only guy that was this part of the Kobe panel and the Michael Jordan panel. So after the Michael Jordan one, the second one that I did, we connected and we've done a couple videos, some longer form videos. We did one that was about 2 hours. That was the initial video. And then we did a second one, which was about an hour. And I love the conversation. I like I appreciate the relationship. He's a young buck. He is a LeBron sexual, a bronze sexual, if you will. His words, not mine, honestly. He had another debate like the one he did with me for House of Highlights. He did one against Skip Bayless, and he went head to head with Skip Bayless on LeBron James. So I was like, yeah, I got to have this guy involved in the conversation. I got to bring him onto my platform more. And I always love chatting with him. I sent him, Connor. I just sent the link out. So check your email inbox. He was, again, ready to defect from the LeBron James fan base. I think he was going to jump off the bronze sexual fan base and join me on the Nikola Jokic sniffer fan base. But he is so pumped now about the Philadelphia 76ers and their outlook for this year. So I definitely want to do another long form video with him, which will come out sometime soon. But first, the initial takeaway from Connor, we got to get here, I think, on the live. So while he works his way on, as soon as he gets into the studio here, I will bring him on. In the interim, Connor, let me know that you got that link, if you will, just so I know. And then no hurry, because in the interim, we will continue to work through some of these questions and comments. Next with Drizzy James 2K. Drizzy says, this was an interesting way to wake up to this clown finally making his decision to join a super team. Yes, his third super team, the third career super team. And I would say that the Lakers weren't viable. I would not categorize the Lakers as a super team, but obviously to me, Cleveland was, Miami definitely was, and now the Philadelphia 76ers are. So that is three distinctive super teams in what is a career that is running a quarter of a century. It's almost impossible to believe that I'm formulating that sentence to come out of my mouth. 25 years maybe in the NBA for LeBron James. And Drizzy, to your point, three super teams and only 4 rings, if that's what it ultimately becomes. That's going to be a wild thing for the bronze sexuals like Connor Hebler to unpack. And he did get the link, so he will be joining us momentarily. But we've got, in the meantime, at 210 Hitman. What's up at 210? Thank you. And Drizzy James, 2K, shout out to you as well. Thank you guys, all of you guys, for your kind generosity and support here of the Skap live session that we're in here. I appreciate it. 210 Hitman says, the GOAT debate is over since his first decision. I agree completely. Not only did he end the GOAT debate with that team build super team hop, but then the subsequent ensuing failure in year 1 against the Dallas Mavericks in the finals in year 1 of the pairing with Miami, that ended the GOAT debate for all of time, in my estimation. No GOAT has had that absurd and ridiculous of a failure. So to me, that ended it right there in 2011. But here he just limps on, chasing more and more rings on more and more super teams. It's sad. It's just sad. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing at this point for LeBron. The Incorruptible joins us next. What's up, my friend? Appreciate you being here as always. Welcome in. I know I can always count on you. Will LeChase take Embiid to the LeBron James of knees and feet, Doc? That's how they win. That's a good point, Incorruptible, because remember when LeBron, quote, heard a pop and ruptured some tendon or something in his foot, he was supposed to miss maybe the entire rest of the year, but he came back. This is by his own, in his own words. He came back well before any people were expecting or estimating that he would be able to, because, quote, I saw the LeBron James of feet. So he went to him, I guess, the GOAT of foot doctors, and you know, there he came back then sooner than expected. So maybe LeBron can take Troel to the LeBron of knees and feet and get him on the court for more than 38 games. Incorruptible, again, thank you for being here as always. Guys, I'm going to pause. I'm going to put a pin in the comments at this time. I will get back to all of your questions and comments in due time. But first, I have to welcome in a very well-regarded bronzexual in the community. He is, I see him clapping right now. He can't wait. He is Connor Hebler of Hero Ball Media. Let me bring him in. Let me see if I can adjust this in some way. I don't know. We'll just do this. Gary. I got to have you on too. Everyone, this is moderator Gary, by the way, in the middle. For those of you that have never seen him, I don't know how to just put me and Connor on, so Gary will be here in the mix as well. Connor, welcome in, bro. Connor from Jersey, by the way. Just a quick bus ride or train ride or whatever to the city of brotherly love. Connor, we'll be
doing that often. We'll be doing that often come the fall.
Connor, will you be getting season tickets? What's your take? You were ready to defect. Now you're sending me texts, Sixers and 6. You love it. Go ahead, unpack it for me.
Look, you don't have to. Pretty funny timing. I was blowing up your line, and then all of a sudden, you know, one of my fans now, I guess, in your fan base says, you know, to tap me in. I really appreciate you airing out my dirty laundry. Those were some sacred texts I was sent. You know, you don't have to throw me under the bus here, but how could you not be happy? How blessed are we to get another year of LeBron James? And I got a couple questions for you, Skap, because I don't like. If he went to Cleveland, if he went to Golden State, somewhere else, you'd be hating on him because he wasn't looking to compete for a championship, right? If he went to Cleveland, you're like, oh, this is just some big retirement tour. That's exactly what you'd say. But now he wants the pressure. He's openly asking for the pressure. And what's the problem with that he wants to continue playing high-level basketball at year 24, at 42 years of age? You're saying it as a negative. I've seen people hate on him for taking the veteran minimum. If he took $50 million, you guys have been begging for him to take the vet minimum all this time. Now he does it, and it's a problem because it's LeBron James, and you'll do anything to fit your narrative. And I don't envy you at all for hating on this guy. The guy says, yeah, I want to go compete for a championship at 42 years of age. Nobody's ever done something like that before. And he's doing it. Another record, another feather in the crown for the greatest of all time. So I had to get on here. I had to stop this nonsense. Everyone, oh, what happens if they lose in the second round? It's not going to happen. And I mean, we'll worry about that when maybe it does happen. Who knows? Because I don't really love the fit on this team, if we're all being honest. I mean, 4 wings who can barely do anything in playoff ball. But wait, cut that part out. All right, what were you saying?
Now, Connor, look. There's some truth in some of what you said. I probably would have criticized LeBron no matter where he went. That's probably a fair statement to make. I think it would have been more difficult for me to be critical of him, though, if he went to Cleveland, because he's going home. He's completing that feel-good story arc. He could say it's always been my home. And sneakily, look, people dismiss Cleveland. They brush them off. They think of them as not serious contenders. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals. So I think LeBron could have joined there and kind of flown under the radar with the Cavs. I don't think there would have been that kind of a bullseye on him or that expectation that he should win an NBA championship. But now I very much so do believe, like, you admit the fit isn't great, but do you accept that there is the pressure now is squarely on the back? And let me get that Skap Attack logo off you, Connor. But you can admit that there is pressure, and this is a risky maneuver here by LeBron. Would you not accept that?
Yeah, pressure is a privilege, man. He earned that pressure. If he was a bum at this point in his career, then there wouldn't be any pressure. There's pressure because he was averaging 21, 7, and 6 at 41 years old. There's pressure because he was the number one option. He was the best player on the floor for a playoff series that they won. He created the pressure. Pressure is a privilege. Like, again, if he was not a good player anymore, he would not have that pressure. I don't love the fit from a basketball perspective. I was just looking at all their usage rates, right? Unfortunately, there's one basketball. So I don't know how that's going to play in, right? Jaylen Brown was saying, I don't want to be the second option on a team. Okay, great. You'll be the fourth. Like, see you later. So how is it going to work? I don't know. I didn't want him to go to Cleveland for some glorified retirement tour. Like, that's fun. Again, we all love nostalgia. And it's like, okay, that would be cool. He already left twice. Like, that already happened. He left, he came back, he won a championship, he left again. Like, why did we need to see that? Golden State, again, it's like a fun hypothetical of like this retirement, or what did you call them? The Golden Gore. You had a funny,
the Golden Girl Warriors.
Yes. Okay. So that would, I wasn't going to love that. And then Curry would throw a lob to LeBron and I would shut up and I'd be all in. But Miami was the one I really didn't understand. And when it started to turn toward Miami these last couple days, look, again, I'm as delusional as they come, like if you couldn't tell from my outfit or the way I speak. But if you think that this guy's going to be like the primary ball handler, the point guard running an offense at this age, you're out of your mind. And you also maybe didn't watch them play at all last year. The thing that's really gone for him is his handle. And obviously he's still an athletic player, which is insane at his age, but he's not who he was 10 years ago. He's not beating people off the dribble and creating offense the way he's been able to his whole career. So people say LeBron and shooters. What year is it, dude? Surround LeBron with shooters? Like, that's not the case anymore. He needed to be the third or fourth option on a team to, squeeze every last drop of his career to get the most out of who he is currently, because even though he's still named LeBron James, what's Gary looking at? What's Gary making that face for? So look, I just, in terms of how it'll gel on the floor, I'm very curious to see, but I love Maxey. I loved the Jaylen Brown move. Embiid, again, what he played 35, 40 games last year. It's very
38.
hard to tell what he will 38. It's very hard to tell, what you can get from him, but we still saw in the playoffs when he is healthy, when he is available, I feel like he used all his power and all his infinity stones just to get past the Celtics. He might be able to hang his career on that, to be honest. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Out of all the possible options, this is the only move that made sense to me. And yes, there is pressure on him, but that's what happens when you're the greatest basketball player of all time. There's always going to be pressure on him. So I like it. And I know that you would all be hating, oh, he just wants a retirement tour. No, I want to go compete for championships as a third, fourth, fifth option. Again, find some way to hate on that, please.
I will, Connor, and this is how. Even if, let's say, hypothetically speaking, your dreams all come to fruition, yours and all the other Brunsexuals get to see LeBron hoist the Larry O'Brien in Philadelphia. He gets his 5th NBA championship ring. Obviously, the narrative will then be the winning narrative, is as far as I'm concerned. But Mike was never the third option on his team. In fact, Kobe was never even the third option on his team. People try to paint Kobe as like the second option. LeBron,
people try to paint. I mean, it's not a hard picture to paint, I'm not a great painter, but it's like, maybe look at the stats or the game and it's like picture painted.
Well, that's fair. So if we look at 95, 98 games during the Shaq and Kobe 4 finals runs, like Kobe scored 1 point per game less than Shaquille O'Neal, and he's painted to have been carried to those championships. So if LeBron is scoring, 15, 18 points per game, and you got Brown and Maxey are outscoring him, like how then, if all these people, the LeBron sniffers out there who have been painting Kobe to have been carried for all these years, that's not going to look very good if or when LeBron wins a championship at like 15 points per game. But at least it will be a championship, Connor. Here's the worst case scenario for you and the sexuals out there. What if he doesn't win a championship? Like, what if he does this? He plays 2 years and he goes, whatever, loses in the second round, maybe the Eastern Conference, maybe gets to the finals, doesn't win it. And then at the end of the day, 25 years in, 4 championships. Because I'm sure your argument would be winning is a team accomplishment. But LeBron himself is saying in this decision, I want to chase rings. I think I can compete. I want to win more championships. So how will it look if the King in his 3rd super team fails and finishes with only a pitiful, a meager 4 titles in 25 years with 3 different super teams? How will the sexuals that look to you for guidance, what will you tell them? What will your messaging be?
Look, okay, so a couple things to unpack. First of all, like, I mean, that's a problem I'll gladly accept. If they win a championship and he only averaged like 16, 7, and 6, it's like, all right, we'll worry about that, next June. I welcome that with open arms. In terms of the super team, like, so now you're saying that he doesn't really get as much credit because he's the 3rd or 4th option, but obviously all the blame would fall on him if they lose, or like that would count as another failed super team. So if he doesn't get all the credit for winning, I don't know how much blame he's going to get for losing. I have accepted these last couple years. Again, you said his legacy would be better if he retired in like 2018 or maybe after that, the bubble ring, which we've spoken a ton about. Maybe his legacy would be better. But again, legacy is a word that guys created so that you and I can yell about this while he's, accomplishing what he wants to, and he making $1 billion doing it. I think he wants to keep playing basketball because he loves playing basketball and he gets paid a lot of money to do it. So will his legacy change? Will people think less of him? I think it's very hard to ruin a legacy. What was that? I think it's very hard to ruin a legacy. I think, once you're I have a hard time thinking that last year negatively affected his legacy, averaging 21, 7, and 6 on a good efficiency, diving on the ground for loose balls, accepting his role as the 3rd option. I don't see how that hurts his leg. Like, that doesn't change what he did in 2012, what he did in 2016, what he did in 2000. Like, that doesn't change. Like, the paint has dried. That stuff happened. So to be like, oh, actually, now he's like, I think less of him, it doesn't make any sense. We talk about the Jordan Wizard years all the time. Like, nothing can hurt your leg. It doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm kind of stepping on my toes here, but like, I've never understood. Legacy talk is a made up thing.
Connor, why did Michael Jordan play for the Wizards? Why did he play for the Wizards?
Because he wanted to sell tickets. He was the owner of the team. I think it's honestly a feather in his cap.
Right. It wasn't because people are like, well, he didn't win with the Wizards. He never thought he was going to win with the Wizards. That wasn't the objective. They didn't have a team in place for him to win with when he was in his 40s. So a lot of bronze sexuals like to jump on and say, he was terrible with the Wizards. Look how much better LeBron is at his age. Okay, cool. Well, first of all, Jordan wasn't taking questionable supplements. Which LeBron started taking these crazy supplements all the way when he went to after he lost and got embarrassed in 2011 in the finals. Then the next year, all of a sudden, he looks like the Hulk. And by the way, that championship in 2012 you bring up, that the league literally cheated and stole that championship from OKC. You can go and look at my video. I show you the proof. They were calling phantom foul after phantom foul after phantom foul on Kevin Durant and OKC.
Connor, this is a very touchy subject for moderator Gary, if you don't know.
Durant was unstoppable in that series until the refs started calling phantom fouls on him, sending him to the bench. The league helped LeBron because they realized their boat was sinking fast with LeBron. They had wanted to try to make him be the GOAT over Jordan, and here he is going into year 9, no championship. You can watch it. I understand. You're like, this guy's crazy. He's exaggerating. I made a video. I showed the highlights. I've got the proof of you can watch it for yourself. Well, go to Gary 828 Sports Talk and look at OKC and Kevin Durant were robbed. It's only a 10-minute video. I go over all the highlights. You respond to that. That'll be a debate of its own. Another thing you said that I thought was so asinine. Let me give you a chance. Let me see if you can take this back. You said that the 2020 Bubble Championship, the league were in a war zone. You said, how did LeBron do it?
Gary's been watching.
Star luxurious hotel. They
were eating for breakfast.
I didn't pay attention to LeBron's
Connor,
diet.
as you can tell, Gary has watched our other conversations, so he's pulling the receipts from previous comments. Hold on, let me hop in here real quick. Connor, let me just talk to your point real fast about the paint being dried and stuff. That to some degree that is true, but the paint is also dried on all of the failures that LeBron James has had in his career, like the 2011, which even you like. I'm going to be fair to you because you don't criticize the Jordan Wizard years, and you also don't try to make any excuses for the 2011 disaster that happened with LeBron in Miami. But to me, LeBron has some high-profile failures, which are also the paint is dry on those. So to me, I think he needs to do more things throughout the course of his career, or I've thought that he's had to do more things to offset those failures to move himself up higher on the lists. So to me, that's kind of what this decision is for him, is him trying to stack more accolades, trying to stack more things, trying to present more of a case to us why, okay, don't look at the failures I had because look at all of these successes. Look at everything I've done. Look at all my stats. Look at my rings, which are now 5 or 6 rings, not just 4. So I think in that regard, he is going out. He's putting himself out on a line. He is taking a lot of pressure on himself because this is arguably the best team he has ever had. I know he's 42 years old in December. I know he's in his 24th season, but on paper, this is arguably the most talent he's ever been surrounded with. So he, to me, and maybe to others, not you, but to others of your sexual ilk, your LeBron sexual ilk, they might be
LeBron sexual, please.
They might be looking for like instances to say, oh, look, a 5th ring at 42 or a 6th ring at 43 or whatever. Like that gives me more ammunition to combat the failures. But if he does fail, that gives me more ammunition to combat him and to tear him down even more.
100%. Well, that's the game we play, right? That's why I like the move. That's why I like him putting the pressure on himself. It almost seems like he's putting more pressure than when he went to LA, because what was the narrative when he went to LA? He was going there to it's weird looking back that he was only 33 at the time, because it was 16, 17 years in. So people were saying he's going there to make movies. He's going there for Hollywood. He's going there for business ventures. Not that he already had $500,000 in the bank or $500 million in the bank. So, I mean, I don't really know why the narrative was that, but he went and won a championship, right? I don't know how you couldn't say, if you said he was going to be a 7-time All-NBA guy, they were going to win a championship. Like, I'm sure most people, whether you're a bronze sexual or, just a basketball fan, I'm sure most people would have said that would have been a success. Obviously, now people try to claim it wasn't a success for whatever reason. But again, as a fan of him and just a fan of basketball, I'm happy he made this move instead of anywhere else. I thought Miami was the worst of both worlds. And I already said, I hated Cleveland. I didn't think that made any sense. That would just be a glorified retirement tour, which is not what I wanted. And the fact that he's going to Philly to go compete for a ring, again, you could say it's because he wants us to think he's the greatest of all time. That's great. I don't hate the guy for doing that. I think it's an awesome move. And we already said, he's not going to accept being not a number 1 or 2 option. And then you had to throw out that narrative last year when he did it. He's not going to be a guy who wants to play off ball. And you had to throw out that narrative when he did it. Well, what is there to say now? He's obviously going to accept his role as not he has to know that he's not going to be the guy. If he wanted to be the guy, he would have went anywhere else. So I like this. This is an unselfish move. And I had people hate on him last year. And every year when he doesn't take a pay cut, and now he takes a pay cut, and people are trying to find some way to hate on him for it, because that's what you people do. You just hate on him for everything.
Only because he wants a ring. Only because he wants a ring. This has got nothing to do with him being selfless. This is the exact definition of selfish, which is what this guy's been for his entire career, or at least going back from 2010.
I know, but you guys got to get your narrative. Does he rings don't matter, and now it's like now he's a ring chaser? But like he also always
Now
chased rings
he's
because
always been a ring
he created
chaser.
super team, so he was always chasing rings when rings didn't matter. Again, it's hard to keep up with you guys. I get it's hard to keep shifting narratives to hate on the greatest athlete of all time. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, and I don't envy either of you. But
what are you going to say when the scandal comes out and exposes him as being a cheater? Which it will after he retires. It will. And when it does, what are you going to say then? Call him the greatest? Let me ask you this straight up. Do you think he's using any questionable substances?
No, I don't. And I would like you to explain your narrative as someone who knows a lot about that stuff. What do you think he's taking and how is he getting away with it? So you think the league has just allowed him to do it? Because I have a great idea. If anyone else, if they're like allowed to do it, or maybe it's just him, the league has only been trying to prop him up for the last 15 years since he started taking it in 2012. When he showed up looking like Calais Campbell at 6'9", 285, he could have been playing D-end, making probably more money than he was making at the time. But so the league just let LeBron do it. It's very confusing. I never understand the steroid thing. And also, you guys know how that works. Like, tell me what he's taking. He's not taking HGH. He's not taking like some. Like he's not muscled up in a way that steroids or whatever you're claiming he's taking would make you.
So was the UFC fighter Shell Cohen, whatever his name is, when he said he knows the substances, he knows the substances LeBron's taken because they have the same guy who deals it. So is that guy? He went into detail, specifically something to increase LeBron's red blood cells, which gives him endurance.
It's called Skap.
EPO. Yes. Chael Sonnen, who is a former MMA fighter, alleged that LeBron James was on EPO and that he knows his drug guy, that it's the same drug guy. Let me just say about the steroid thing. I have made long videos about it, speculating his usage, talking about the connection and the ties to his alleged usage. I do not personally think anything will ever be proven or substantiated. So I think, Gary, what you can look at the smoke and draw the correlations. I certainly have. But I don't think that that's ever going to be a known thing that's going to come out and that you're going to be able to say definitively, look, LeBron James was absolutely definitively on steroids. So I think I would remove that from the discourse or the conversation. Also, I'll just add this too, Gary. I don't want to be a hypocrite because a lot of the things now that we're talking about today about LeBron is I'm making fun of him because he's proving to be hypocritical, right? Like this is a guy in LeBron who has told us for years, winning doesn't matter. It's a team thing. Rings don't matter. And now all of a sudden he's going and making this move to win rings. This is a guy also, Connor, that has said for years that like money equals value. Like the reason he hasn't given discounts, the reason he was making $52 million last year at 41 is because he wants that alpha type persona where he still can command one of the biggest salaries in the NBA at every stage of his career. So now all of a sudden, though, he's taking $3.9 million. I don't think it's because he's doing an unselfish thing or trying to sacrifice. I think it's because realistically, no contenders were willing to trade anything for him, and no contenders had enough cap space to give him anything more. So he had to say that I'm okay with less. But in terms of hypocrisy and stuff, I personally think that Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player I've ever seen. I think he's a top 5 player ever. And I think it's literally a crime that he's not in the Hall of Fame. So, and he has been proven definitively to have used. So I'm not going to sit up here and say like, oh, well, LeBron might have used. I don't have any proof that he does. I'm going to use that to tear him apart. I have enough ammunition to tear apart his legacy without using that. So I don't want to bring that into the conversation unless there's a story that he definitively has used, Gary, which I don't think you're ever going to get that.
Okay. And I can agree with that. But what I want to ask Connor, if it turns out, if he does get confirmed to be using, are you going to retract your statement that he's the greatest athlete of all time? Or are you still going to die on that hill?
Yeah, well, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a wonderful Christmas. That's not going to happen. Like we could play,
No,
we
I'm
could,
asking, okay, hypothetically, if it
yeah,
were to
then
happen.
yeah, that would obviously dilute his legacy.
Okay,
I'll
so
say
you,
whatever you want me to say.
so you think he's the greatest athlete of all time, and that he hasn't used anything, that
Correct.
he's just superhuman.
Yeah, see,
Okay.
that's like
Just
you
wanna
guys
step-
again.
let
With
me
your
ask
you're
you
trying to
this.
hate on the guy
Okay.
while saying
No,
he's
I'm not
superhuman.
hating. I'm speaking just to Jay's point. I'm pointing out facts. Let me ask you this:
You're not, but
that crap dumpy ring he won in 2020, which you praised as being the toughest championship of all time, or whatever nonsense you said. Why didn't they make it past the first round in 2021? And why didn't they ever sniff another finals appearance while he was on the Lakers if that championship was legit?
So my first question, well, I have 2 points. First, why has no team repeated in the last 8 years? But like before I say that, I would say in 2021 they were the favorite to win. They were had the second best record in basketball, and he was second in MVP. And then he had the worst injury of his career to that point, when Solomon Hill slide tackled him and assaulted the man, and should be still in prison to this day. These are facts, right? Everyone, I mean, we could go by people's opinions that they were the first or second front runner to repeat, to win the championship that year, or in a literal sense, they had the second best record in basketball that year, and he was first, second, and third in MVP voting at the time of his injury, about halfway through the year. Those are all facts of the matter. So he got hurt, to answer your question. That's why they
played in the playoffs. I saw him pouting and running off to the locker room. He takes steroids
and he's allowed, and he's able to play through these things, right? So he was hurt. So just because he's hurt doesn't mean he was clearly affected. I mean, if you watch the games, it was a different version of himself after that injury. And again, anyone who watches him, I don't think you guys actually watch him play basketball. You just go off these narratives that you hear. But if you watched him play, you would know that he was obviously compromised after that. And then they made some terrible, I've hated the LA front office. They had Luka fall into their lap and AD fall into their lap. Other than that, they didn't do anything. And like the Carusos, the Contavious Caldwell-Pope, the perimeter, the interior defenders that they had for a stretch that made them, because before the bubble in 2020, they were still the favorites to win. They were like a very great team at the time of the bubble, coming off beating the Clippers and Kawhi and Bucks and Giannis back-to-back games right before that happened. Everyone thought they were going to win the title. So it wasn't like they were the 6th seed and just, I don't know. The bubble thing never makes any sense. But that's, to answer your question, they were the favorite to repeat, and then their best player got hurt. So,
and look, the reason I don't want to get into the steroid thing, just because I don't want to look like I'm defending LeBron. But like, to me, first, it is speculative. To me, Lance Armstrong is still one of the greatest athletes the world has ever known, despite whatever he did with the doping. And same, like I said, I still think very highly of Barry Bonds. And like, even like right now, there is a clip. I don't know if you guys are dialed into social media. There's a clip of Chris Hemsworth, aka Thor, who's promoting or gearing up to shoot or release Extraction 3. And there's footage of him that he released wherever he lives, in like Costa Rica or something, with his wife. And there's footage of him working out with resistance bands, a couple of heavy resistance bands and dumbbells. And he's getting absolutely massacred across social media. Like, people are just clowning the shit out of him. Like, oh, look at this clown trying to pretend like he uses resistance bands. Clearly, he's just on steroids, and that's what's doing it for him. Like, to me, as someone who has worked out basically every day for 25 years, like, I have never taken any supplement outside like a protein shake ever. However, I will say supplementation, gear, like juice, whatever, like, it's not a magic bullet. Like, you still have to put the work in and like grind your ass off still. So like, I'm not me trying to defend LeBron. I'm just saying, I don't like to talk the steroid thing with LeBron, because like, first of all, we don't know. I think he probably did use, but even if he did or didn't, like, he still is working. He's still working his ass off in his mid-40s to be able to score 20 points per game in the NBA. Like, so that's not me defending LeBron. It's just me saying, Gary, I really don't like talking the steroid thing, because being an avid like fitness person, like, I have a different outlook on it, not related to LeBron or anything else. Like, I think that a lot of people are using supplements today that like they couldn't use back 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like there's a curve that's always going, that people they have the availability of more and more things. And it's just a part of it. Like it just is part of it. To me, I like to just stay like on the court primarily. And I just want to ask this one final question, maybe not final question, but Connor, you're talking about LeBron taking a step back, being like a third option, as was second option being right. I think there's something to it for people of my ilk, the LeBron haters and the Kobe stans like myself, that like Kobe like ruptured his Achilles at whatever in his 17th season and still was like, no, I'm good. I don't need any free agents. Like, I'm good. Like, it still looked bad. It looked bad, obviously, and he failed. But still, his mindset was still of the fact, like, and go back to when he was in his 8th season and he leveraged his free agency to force Shaq out of town. Like, instead of wanting help and bringing more talent in, Kobe was always like, no. People are criticizing me saying I can't win without Shaq. Check this out. Like, bring me less help. And then as he aged, he's even like it is renowned how badly he was at recruiting free agents. Like, he would go in to like free agent pitch meetings with the Lakers and be like, well, LaMarcus Aldridge, you're the top free agent on the market this year. How about you come and rebound for me? Like, this is my team, bro. Like, because that was the mindset Kobe had. So when Kobe felt like he couldn't be the best player in the NBA, he was out. Like, he just left. And like, even when you look at Jordan, when he was at the end after the Last Dance, the reason he retired is because he wanted to keep his old head group together. He's like, give me my guys, my old 35, 36-year-old guys, and let's roll the ball out and I'll beat the whole league anyway. Like, I don't need anything else. So like, to me, there's a certain mindset of these like all-time like alpha players that LeBron James has always lacked. And like, this is just another sterling example in my estimation as to why that is. Like, cool, he's playing at a high level still at 42. No one else has ever done that. Agreed. But like, none of those guys wanted to be like, yeah, I'll be the third best guy on this team. No, Kobe's like, if I can't be the best guy on the planet, I'm out. So like, that's just the differential in the mindset to me of why I don't put this guy in the same sphere as those guys, because also here's the final point. He still won less. Like, even playing more and remaining at such a high level and having all of this abundant amount of help and supporting cast and stuff, he has still won less than those guys. So to me, like you say, he's the best athlete ever, the best basketball player ever. How could that possibly be true when these other guys with less help who played markedly less time won more?
Yeah, so, I mean, the last thing you said, that he won less, that's like respectfully, the only relevant point that you made. And yes, we could get into the Jordan discussion. The Kobe, it's a great point. And I don't know, you were talking about like mindset. I forgot you got your psychology degree in the back. Kobe, because obviously to claim that Kobe Bryant is better at playing basketball than LeBron James, you have to get into this like bizarro world of like mindset. So like he said, yeah, Shaq can leave and I'll be the best player. And then they didn't win a playoff series for back-to-back seasons. It's like, okay, great. Like that makes him such a badass.
And he won 2 though in a row.
Okay, but I'm saying that you're saying he kicked Shaq out to not win a playoff series for 3 seasons in a row.
Because Connor,
it's never happened to LeBron. And then you're saying he tore his Achilles and he's like, I don't need any help. I'm going to go win 17 games on extreme inefficiency. It's like, okay, great, man. Like, you're such an alpha. That's awesome. And if he wanted to leave when he stopped being the best player, he would have left a long time before that. Like, I love the Kobe mindset. Like, Kobe Bryant was a killer, man. Kobe Bryant, if you want to learn about mindset, if you want to learn about how to treat people negatively and like have everyone hate you, but like then they start to love you for some reason. You look at Kobe Bryant, right? He was sweating at 4 a.m. Like, that's like the biggest. You're like, okay, LeBron is a better, at every basketball skill, but you're like, well, Kobe woke up at 3:30. It's like, okay, now, like if I started waking up at 3:30.
Hold on a second here, Connor. Look, when you go through a full-scale rebuild on the fly, like when you dump Shaquille O'Neal for Caron Butler and Brian Grant and Lamar Odom and have Smush Parker and Kwame, like, yeah, it's going to look bad on the fly in his prime. He basically sacrificed those years essentially to try to build something real and tangible that he could be proud of, that he could say those are mine and I did that. So like, yeah, he failed in the beginning, but ultimately he succeeded. Like LeBron James doesn't take that challenge. He never has. When things start going south, he jumps to another team that's ready built, that has a bunch of great supporting pieces so he can keep competing. Like LeBron in his 8th year left to join the 3rd best player in the NBA and recruit the 20th best. Kobe in his 8th year was like, hey, Shaq, get out of town. Give me Caron Butler and Brian Grant instead. Like that. So to me, what if Kobe in his 8th year joined the 3rd best player and got the 20? Well, obviously he would have just kept winning his whole career. He would have 9 or 10 rings. It didn't go that way because he didn't do it that way. LeBron did though. So the fact that LeBron has stacked the deck and stuff and taken the challenges out, he should have like 8 or 9 rings and he still has less. That's why, to me, you say that's the only good point you make. It's the only point I have to make. The point of sports is winning. And these guys won with less help in less time against harder, more challenging competition. That, to me, is why LeBron still hasn't he still hasn't leveled up, and he's still chasing it now in year 24 and year 25. So there's an immense amount of pressure, Connor, for him to execute it and win.
And to add to Skap's point, in 2009, 2010, LeBron and the Cavs were favored to go to the finals, and they lost. They choked in the playoffs both years to teams that Kobe Bryant beat in the finals in 2009 and 10 back-to-back. So how can you say that LeBron is better than Kobe? That makes no sense. You and Nick Wright, maybe you're doing some supplements of your own.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so I don't understand. I mean, so which team was better? The Lakers? All right, this guy's clearly on gear, man. Dude, the Lakers, the Lakers were better than the Cavs. The reason why the Cavs were the favorite to win, the reason why they went 66-16 and had the best record in basketball is because they had the best player in basketball. Like, they had one other fringe all-star who could barely tie his shoes when it mattered. So that's why that team didn't win.
How is he the best when he choked at Dwight Howard? They got embarrassed by the Lakers in the final.
How'd he play in that series?
How'd who play? LeBron?
LeBron.
I'm
he
sure
averaged
30, 20 and 10, probably something like that.
Actually, no, he averaged 39, 9 and 9. And played about the highest level of basketball I've ever seen. So that kind of disproves he didn't choke. He averaged 39 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists. And it's probably the best series he's ever played. That's how bad the team he was on.
And they still lost.
If you want to acknowledge reality,
he played his best series and they lost. It wasn't like he lost to the Lakers in the finals. He lost to the Orlando Magic, who were not that good. They got embarrassed in the finals. There was no suspense in that finals. It was known that the Lakers had that series wrapped up. So if they had lost to Kobe in the finals, then yeah, I could see your point. He played 30. He averaged 39 in the finals against the Lakers and Kobe. No shame in losing that. But he lost to Dwight Howard in the underwhelming Orlando Magic, in which Kobe didn't even break a sweat to beat that team.
I know. Unfortunately, you're not doing it on purpose, but you're kind of proving my point that the Lakers were, they had obviously Pau Gasol, who people LeBron.
Oh, yeah, they were loaded. What a super team. What a super team they had.
No one's saying that. No one's saying,
you were just saying that they had all this help. Didn't they have as much help as LeBron has had on the Heat with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh? And if that's not enough, let's add Ray Allen to the mix.
I know it's
Gary, you're blowing your microphone.
Sorry. We have to have four. We have to have 4 Hall of Famers: LeBron, Ray Allen, along with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. And now we want to criticize Kobe for adding Pau Gasol to the roster.
Nobody's criticizing anything.
I think, Gary, here, I think this is
the move you guys make, because obviously he played incredible. He could not have, in the most literal sense, he couldn't have done anything more in that Magic series to win. So then you change this up. So if I address your next point about the Heat, you'll probably just change the subject again because you guys don't have any.
Connor, hang on.
The Cleveland team was not good. The Cavs were not good, and he was amazing.
Yep, Connor, let me jump in and let me throw both of you a bone kind of here. To your point, Gary, yes, he did average 38, 9 and 9 or something like that. In that, I think it was a 6-game loss in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2010. Now,
and by the way, real quick, I actually watched one of those games, Connor. I went live to the Magic and Cavs game in the Eastern Conference Finals. I want to say it was game 3 in Orlando. And LeBron was very impressive to watch in person. And he didn't even have a great game, but his presence, he's a presence. I give him that. It's just that compared to Kobe and Jordan, that's where his narrative is going. And that's why you have people like Jay and I attacking this. Sorry to interrupt, Jay.
So here's my point. I think, look, LeBron, it's not like that Cleveland, the first 7 years that he was in Cleveland, you can make a case. I'm not saying I agree with it or not. You can make a case that his team didn't do enough to surround him with the talent he needed to compete, and that he individually was excellent and playing at a high enough level to win championships, and that the organization and the supporting cast were failing him. You could certainly make that case for those 7 years for him in Cleveland. And I have made that exact same case for Nikola Jokic for the last 11 years that he's been in Denver. But here's the problem with it, though. Nikola Jokic has stayed in Denver, and he's not going anywhere. Like, if Nikola Jokic said after this last year, screw it, trade me, please trade me to the Los Angeles Lakers so I could play with Luka Doncic. Or, you know what, I want to go to Miami too with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, if he did that stuff and still lost, then there would be a fair criticism then against him for making those moves and still failing. So, like, you can say, yes, LeBron's not a failure. He's got 4 rings, but Connor, he only has 4. And it's now, and that's why I say the longevity. Like, if it's Larry Bird has 3 rings, okay, yeah, but he played like 9 years before he hurt his back. And he was only in the NBA for like 11 years overall. Like, you got to look at how long this guy's played and the fact that he has surrounded himself with more than enough talent. After the first 7 years in Cleveland, he's had more than enough talent around him to maximize all of those years that have followed. And I think 4 is underwhelming. I think 4 is a failure in light of that. So, like, if LeBron stayed in Cleveland and never left, and like the best player he ever played with maybe was like Chris Bosh or a player similar to that, and he won like 3 rings or 4 rings with that, then you could absolutely say LeBron's the GOAT, because he never had the same amount of help as all these other guys. That's why he won less. But the tangible product on the court is so excellent that I could just assume if he was surrounded by more, he would have won more. But we don't have to assume, Connor. He surrounded himself with the talent it required to win 5, 6, 7, 8 rings, and he hasn't. So to me, he doesn't get to be in the GOAT conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So, like, a lot of stuff goes back to these, again, like, off the court, just because he if he had the same amount of help and stayed in Cleveland, that would like make you guys feel better, right? Like, Kobe demanded a trade. Kobe like quit during a playoff game, and then he demanded a trade. And it's like, well, since the team didn't trade him and respect his demands, then like we give him credit for not doing that. Michael Jordan literally quit and retired. And then he came back, and like that was a super team of all super teams. They won 2 less games. Scottie Pippen was top 3 in MVP. They had maybe the greatest coach of all time. And then they just added a 2-time defensive player of the year, the greatest rebounder of all time, led the league in rebounding 5 out of 6.
35.
Who, Rodman?
Yeah, Rodman was 35 at the time, yeah.
So he was what, 2 years removed from back-to-back defensive player of the years and still putting up this, still the best rebounder in the league. So, I mean, okay, then they didn't have Rodman. Then they were just a 55-win team without Michael Jordan. Like, and whenever I say that point, because that's all true, right? The Bulls were all like, people don't acknowledge how good the Bulls team were. That doesn't discredit Jordan at all. Jordan was the best player ever at the time. He was best player in the league by far. But like, people will respond and be like, well, yeah, the Bulls just got them. Like, the Bulls built the team around him. Like, okay, I promise you, if the Cleveland Cavaliers brought in a top 3 MVP, top 3 defensive player of the year, first team all NBA guy, LeBron wouldn't have left. If they brought in like that same amount of help, he wouldn't have left. If they had the greatest coach ever, he probably wouldn't have left, and his career would have looked differently. That's why, again, we get into, it's all hypotheticals, these type of debates. But the whole thing of him leaving, like, that makes it, if they just brought in the help, I'm sure he would have I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to have leave. And I think he would have stayed in Miami a lot longer had the other two guys that he brought in weren't dealing with those injuries. Like I talk about all the time, they both got hit in 2013. Like, I mean, again, we could go opinions for opinion. Like that's just factual stuff. So like, it was not the same Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh that he signed up to play with. So
that he needed help with. Need to go stack the decks. Yeah, that he came in to stack the deck with. Now he needs some new running mates to stack the deck with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love. Then he needed Anthony Davis. Now he needs Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, Edgecombe. And here's one thing that's not a hypothetical, Connor. LeBron James will never, ever, ever, because he ruined it. There's no chance it will ever happen. Will never, ever win one organic ring like Dirk did, like Giannis did, like Jokic did, who stood in the trenches and endured and persevered and knew what it was like to win an actual real championship. LeBron will never have that. He always had to jump to another team. Had he stayed pat at Cleveland and not hopped on to Miami, he should have gotten on to management and been like, get me a center, get me Chris Bosh, who was also a free agent. If Chris Bosh had joined the same way Pau Gasol joined Kobe in LA, and had they won some championships, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now because it was still organic. Because when your team drafts you, sure, you can recruit some guys to come and help, guys who complement you. Bosh was going nowhere in Toronto, so him leaving after 7 years, they had one playoff series under their belt an entire 7 years. LeBron, on the other hand, with Cleveland, they had the best record in the league multiple times. They were always in the playoffs. So it wasn't like it was a desert like what Chris Bosh was dealing with in Toronto. But even with that, even being 66-16, to your point, and being the favorite to go to the finals and coming up short, choking the playoffs, that still was not enough for LeBron. That's the point. He does not have the mental fortitude, the patience, the perseverance to stick through and experience what Dirk did, what Giannis did, what Jokic did. Those guys won championship is much more powerful and valuable than all four of LeBron's combined. And even if he was to somehow hypothetically get a fifth one with Philly. And let me ask you, what's your prediction? What's going to happen the next 2 years in Philly? Is LeBron going to get another ring here in Philly?
I know.
How do you assess they're going to finish?
Yeah, so I mean, let me address. I mean, to even try to hate on 2016, where he led both teams in points, rebounds, assists, steals, block, came back from 3-1 against the greatest regular season team of all time. Like when he went home, like
still not organic.
Okay, great. So, like, again, because he didn't have the determination and mental fortitude, like, I hope you can look back.
That's what champions made. Watch Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Yes,
again,
exactly.
Respectfully, like, it's so odd that we talk about, like, the mindset. Like, trust me, he's got some mental, have you, like, watch him play basketball and say he doesn't have mental fortitude? Like, it's very odd that, like, we're sitting here having this discussion about the mental fortitude of at least a top, at worst, what do you think? He's the 7th best player ever. If you could like hate on him to an extreme degree, it's like, yeah, I'm sure the guy needed some mental fortitude to accomplish that. How are the Sixers going to do? I think that he doesn't have, like, it's so bizarre. Like, do we, it's
why
weird.
I would never say that about him. Mental fortitude plays through the toughness. When this guy is so big and weak, he acts like a woman out there. He acts like a WNBA player. Look,
I don't love that.
LeBron,
I don't love
Angel
that.
Reese.
Okay, I don't love that one.
Why does he block so much? That's a weak mentality. Joining super teams is a weak mentality. That's not the mentality of champions. You don't jump.
How do you know this?
Team.
How do you know? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, this gets so bizarre that
I started watching before.
James, and you know who? Every guy in the NBA is probably better than me at basketball than I am at like whatever I do. So like for me to sit here and talk about how he doesn't have mental fortitude when he's done what he's done.
He jumped ship from his team. That's
and he also made he made $1 billion doing it, dude. So like he has something good. Okay. Wow. Who cares? Wow. He just became a top. What do you think? What do you rank him all time?
I honestly don't. Somewhere probably between 10 and 20.
Okay, well, obviously you don't have a valid opinion on any of this, so no one cares what you say. But like, if you had a valid opinion and thought he was like the 6th best basketball player
Why does
of all
he
time,
flop so much? If he's so good, if he's mentally tough,
again,
is that the mindset?
If you want me to tag in Skap, like he has a pretty poor whistle in these last couple of years for a player of his degree. So like, again, I think that's just kind of.
But why does he flop so much? I'm asking you, why does he flop?
So the NBA, the game has. I hate this. Is the worst part
what
about
had happened was.
Is that me? Is that an impression of me answering the question that you're asking
No,
me? I mean, great.
No, that's
the part the NBA. The worst part about the NBA right now is the fact that they allow these guys to flop and they call the foul. So like, you could say he's taking advantage of the rule. It's disgusting. I don't think he is like as bad a flop. Obviously, the flopping stuff is just like a guy who doesn't watch him play, like trying to like, stand on business or whatever. He doesn't flop as bad as some of these guys. And guess what? They allow you to flop and they actually like give you credit for it. So like, again, he doesn't have the mental fortitude and toughness of Jordan, who could go in the paint with like Bill Lampier, who, looks like my grandfather. So like, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how to argue. So he flops because they allow him to flop and they actually give you credit for flopping. It's the worst part about the NBA, but I mean, I don't really know what to say.
Now, wait, Connor,
I didn't know I just turned the chat on and I didn't know that. I wish I was watching that the whole time. Get off.
Let me get this. Let me get this. Are you telling me, just straight up, I'm asking, are you saying right here and now that LeBron James is mentally tougher than Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how do you want me to clarify? What's your scale of mental toughness? Who punched their teammates in the face?
I have to define what mental toughness is?
You want me to answer it?
Jordan and Kobe did not flop.
I don't care who's mentally tougher, dude. I don't care.
But that determines who wins in the end.
As an entertainment thing. And I've been able to watch LeBron James the entirety of my life. I'm 27. Like, so I watch this. I don't like to come on and just rip people. Like, we're having a lot of fun. Like, Kobe's great. Michael Jordan's amazing. I love I watch sports because I think it's amazing to see these guys who work their ass off and have all this mental fortitude to get to that level. I think it's incredible. So like, I kind of joke around and make it like, I'm not in a position to hate on these guys and say that they're not tough. And I do find it strange that people do. So you're asking me who's mentally tougher? Who could hold a plank for longer? I don't know. And honestly, I don't care.
Holding a plank is physical. Basketball. You don't hold a plank mental.
Go into the psychology. I actually studied sports psychology. If you want to get into like the actual,
but yet you just said that mental fortitude is about holding a plank when holding a plank is physical.
Huh?
No. I mean, look, holding a plank is also mental to some degree.
Okay, but it's also physical.
Okay, so like, who could stare at a wall for long? Like, I don't know. Who can like request?
Well, how about this? Who's talking about staring at a wall? We're talking about Jordan and Kobe did not flop because they didn't have that insecurity that I have to do this to gain an edge. They feel like I'm just going to outwork my opponents to gain an edge. LeBron doesn't do that. Instead, he flops and takes cheap shots. You're not going to see Kobe and Jordan doing that.
What are his cheap shots?
When he flops all the time and gets calls that way.
Okay,
yes.
So this is my argument for why LeBron James is better at basketball than Kobe Bryant. He's a better passer and playmaker, and your rebuttal would be like, well, he didn't work hard enough and he flops.
Let me ask you this. Mental fortitude. Do you know why LeBron James never entered the slam dunk contest?
Oh my God! All right, Skap. Let's get back to talking, dude.
Look, Gary,
I don't know. You clearly know you're his right hand man. So how about you
mental fortitude? We're talking about he's afraid. He was afraid of losing, which he knows he likely would have lost, and then people would have seen that he's not on Jordan's level. It's just one more.
What are you talking about? That's why I didn't do the dunk contest.
You're laughing when I said he's not on Jordan's level. Who cares? He's considered. There's this false narrative the media is spreading that you have fallen hook, line, and sinker for, that LeBron is the GOAT, that he's better than Jordan, when he's not even better than Kobe, who is a lesser version of Jordan.
Well, first of all, I don't think Kobe was a lesser version of Jordan. To Connor's point, look, he's basically saying that from a basketball standpoint, he thinks LeBron is the best basketball, that he is a better basketball player and provides more things on the floor and does more things better than any other player. That's basically what, and has done it for a longer time than anybody else has. And Gary, look, I know the argument you're trying to make, and I obviously agree with a portion of it for sure. I will say that today's NBA, and LeBron has a lot of the blame or credit, whichever word you want to use, is on LeBron. Like, he has molded the NBA somewhat to what it is right now. So if you think it is a softer facsimile of the sport that preceded his tenure, like, that is a fair criticism of LeBron. But with that said, this current era, this iteration from like 2010 to now, it just looks different. Like, there's dudes jumping all over the NBA, joining their buddies, flopping all over the place. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is a two-time league MVP and an NBA champion, is a more egregious flopper than LeBron James. So, like, that's just is what the NBA has become today, unfortunately. And maybe LeBron played a part in that. In terms of the mindset thing, though, or whatever, I'll just say this. Nikola Jokic looks different than like Jordan or Kobe, right? And I'm a big Jokic fan, but like, the guy doesn't obviously have, there's a funny clip that Bob Knight did, game face. I don't know what a game face is. Like, he doesn't look like he has the same edge or whatever, the mental edge that Kobe or Jordan had. He's not like a killer or whatever, like those two guys were. But as a basketball tactician, as a guy, like, the things that Nikola Jokic provides or like delivers on the floor, like, he's undeniably probably the second or third best player I personally have ever watched with my own eyes. I'm not saying he's 2 or 3 on my all-time list. I'm saying, me being 42 years old, who's been watching basketball for 30 years, like, Nikola Jokic is one of the 2 or 3 best players that I've ever seen. So, like, I understand, I factor in more resume, though, and accomplishments. But I understand why Connor maybe and other LeBron sexuals out there might be saying, like, well, I'm just talking about tangible things on the floor, like, that I've seen. So, like, I can kind of see, I can see both sides of the coin. I really can. I guess, Connor, my question to you is, or my follow-up to you on the Kobe point, because you know I'm a Kobe guy. I'll grant you that LeBron's a better passer and playmaker. I think Kobe's the better scorer, a better on-ball defender. So, like, to me, I actually say, and quite frankly, I think maybe Kobe is as good or better than Jordan's tangible, at least the product I saw of Jordan in the late 90s and the whatever he did with the Wizards. I think Kobe's a better ball handler than Jordan, a better shooter than Jordan. He was more of a diverse scorer. Jordan was more physically dominant, and he achieved more than Kobe, and his resume is better than Kobe. But I think tangible on the court product. See, that's what I'm saying, Gary. Like, I think Kobe's better than Jordan from what the Jordan I saw. Now, I understand what Jordan was in the 80s when I didn't see him, which is why Jordan's my GOAT. I think Connor doesn't factor those things in as much, and that's why he has LeBron at number 1.
Yeah.
Fair or not,
so, well, so first of all, I think that there's a great, like, I never really argue, like, it's gone so far away from LeBron, Jordan. Like, there is a great argument. Like, if you say Jordan's the GOAT, like, I think it's fine. I think where we get crazy is putting LeBron, you know, again, the fact that you could sit here, there's no argument that he's in the 10 to 20 range. So we obviously got very far off topic. I thought we were talking about this season with the Philadelphia 76ers, but I don't get, okay, you just keep making these faces. All right. Let me
because you're discarding Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You're discarding.
Yeah, Bill Russell averaged 15 in an era where guys were averaging 50. There were 9 teams in the league, and he had 7 Hall of Famers. So, like, okay, so what?
So let me Jay knows I hate comparing the eras, but I'm saying you can't just discard the other guys like they did. That's the problem, is people discard players.
No one's discarding anyone. Okay, you can't just discard LeBron. I could just say that, right? I'm not discarding anyone. I think he's better at playing basketball than them. So there's discard.
In the year
you can't just discard.
In the year 2040,
you can't just discard Andre Drummond. Like, I'm not discarding anyone.
No. In the year 2040, if there's some hot rookie and then the current kids, the teenagers saying, hey, this guy's better than LeBron James, I'm going to check them on that as well, because they didn't watch LeBron James. That's what I'm saying. I didn't watch Wilt Chamberlain, but I know what he was. but I did watch Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and you didn't. And I'm saying there's a slew of guys that you're just automatically assuming LeBron is better than simply because you watched and you witnessed LeBron for yourself. You didn't witness these other guys. So it's really hard for younger guys to speak on. To my point, I'm about to be 50, but I say 60 and 70-year-olds who were watching it before me, I'm going to listen to them when they talk about Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson and guys in that era. I'm just saying you can't just discard the other all-stars in the other eras is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm not discarding any. Then I could just say you're discarding, and I could just use that word for anyone that you think is better. Like I'm not discarding any. That's why as I said to Skap, I don't like doing like player rankings and stuff. I think they're all amazing. I think LeBron James is better at basketball than Bill Russell. There, I said it. The secret's out. But I'm saying I don't rank.
But you
I don't
know
have a
Bill
top.
Russell.
If you ask me my top 10, I don't have it off the top of my head because I like to talk about sports, but I don't have any interest in like ranking these guys. So I think this discussion, the reason why I like having it is because anytime a guy is talking about Kobe over LeBron, mindset comes up. I never hear like actual things. So like there are a lot of other points that you make, but you can't have that conversation without mindset. You could say Michael Jordan's better than LeBron James and not mention mindset. There's a really great argument there. But like in order to like skew it to you're saying 12. So like, do you think Karl Malone's better than him or something? Like, I don't even know how you could end up in that. And this is another one of the era that I grew up in, the social media era, the everything like this has become such a huge industry that like we talk about this guy. We've been talking about him, and maybe you could say he put the pressure on himself when he tattooed that on his back when he was, in and out of the like, I think his story is very cool that he put this pressure on himself and he at very least lived up to it. Right. So again, the talk about mental toughness. I didn't grow up where he grew up. So like, I mean, I think it's pretty unbelievable that he made what he's made out of himself, but I don't like talking about that because that's just a weird, not basketball discussion. We're talking about basketball, Skap, and you had him versus Kobe as scorers. I think they're very comparable as scorers. And I think you could argue, yeah, if LeBron like took a little bit more of a scoring role because he was always in that. Am I getting a call here? Sorry.
LeBron's calling. He's sending that clutch check to you, brother.
It's Rich.
Check came in.
I don't know why. Sorry. I'm good. You hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right, that's just Rich Paul. They're saying I'm getting cooked by this guy, Gary, and it's ruining our image. Actually, that was probably the best moment of my life. There were multiple comments about like, oh, this guy's clearly paid by Clutch in your last video. I was like, oh, I'm going to let you guys think that. That's great. I'm not, but okay, so when you're comparing the two as basketball players, and like another thing that people say, LeBron had all this help, but he just like led his team in every single statistic. I would think if he had more help, someone else would help him out of the way. I don't know. Sorry. We're all over the place. I'm trying to like stay on one time. If we want to talk Kobe versus LeBron.
No. I'll tell you what I want to talk real quick, Connor. And then I will get you out of here. I know we've hijacked you for a while. We'll do. And Connor, I
got nothing going on. Clutch has sent me a big check for today. So, I mean, I'm going to go have a nice steak dinner after this. So,
right. When I was going to say, let me peg you down on a commitment here. There will be some overlap, of course, Connor, of what we've talked about today already. But would you be available sometime tomorrow, possibly? Or maybe we could even do later tonight.
Later tonight would be better for me if you're around.
Okay.
I'm around tomorrow's a little tough. I'll get into what, but tonight I would love to do sometime tonight.
Okay. We'll try. We'll get a conversation, you and I, tonight, and then I'll put the video out tomorrow, maybe then. And we can unpack it more. But I definitely didn't mean for you to come on and get teamed up on by any sense. You, Connor, you always.
Oh no, I love it.
You always do a great job, and I appreciate you coming on as always. But I do want to hear your take here because Gary asked the question. You were kind of getting into answering it. What is your expectations for Philly next year? Like, what do you think what do you think, and then what would be either? Would you consider it a failure or a success, depending on what do you think? And then what would it be a failure or a success if that's what happens?
Yeah. So again, like I like to have fun and do this. I'm having a very hard time picturing what the on the court product looks like. Like I think LeBron in the last 15, 20 games of last year before Luka and AR got hurt, he was thriving in that role. Like, people said he can't play off ball. He can play off ball. And he had one of his worst shooting seasons in the last decade last year. So I have to envision that gets a little bit better. And again, I think he has accepted whatever role they're going to have him in. Now, again, Jaylen Brown is not like some facilitator or like great off-ball player, and it seemed like he had a lot of problems with his role when he was a number 2 guy. How does he fit into this? I don't know. I have to think that this was a group discussion between LeBron, the players, and the front office of this is something that we can make work. The Jaylen Brown element of it makes this very odd, to be honest, because, I mean, as much hate as he's gotten, the guy averaged 28 points a game last year, on pretty okay efficiency. So he's a very good player. But again, he's kind of, not to say one-dimensional, he's not a guy who's going to play off ball, I don't think, and stand in the corner. VJ Edgecombe is a guy I'm a huge, huge fan of. And people are saying this is going to stunt his development. I mean, he's going to have one of the greatest players of all time that plays his position to help him develop for a year, possibly 2, at he's 19 years old. So I'm going to try to not look at Gary while I say this, but I don't think that's going to be that bad. I've been a massive Tyrese Maxey fan since he's in college. I've been singing his praises since he got to the league. I am such a fan of his. And what I would say at LeBron at any point in his career, more so 5 years ago, I think LeBron James and Tyrese Maxey is about as good of a pairing as you could possibly have. I think LeBron with a point guard, like a scoring point guard, that's his bread and butter, right? That's what Luka is. That's what Kyrie was. I think that's who LeBron gels most with. But again, this is not LeBron James from 5-10 years ago. I think they could definitely make it out of the East. I thought that yesterday before they got LeBron James. So I still think that. Can they realistically win a title over, whether it be the Spurs or OKC? I don't know. I definitely had faith in this team before LeBron. I wasn't someone saying okay, if he goes to Cleveland, they're a title contender. If he goes to Miami, they're a title contender. If they go to Golden State, he's a title contender. I don't believe any of that. So this is the one team that I thought already was in that picture of a top 5 team in basketball that they add him. They certainly didn't get worse. So I do think it's odd that Philly did it. Again, as a fan of the guy, this, whether it be retirement tour or all the off the court stuff that LeBron brings, especially after this Jaylen Brown trade and the momentum they had after last year, I do think it's a weird move for Philly to make, just from an unbiased perspective, because obviously he brings a lot of extra attention to this team. So I don't quite understand why Philly did it, to be honest. But again, I'm very happy because I think to watch LeBron play meaningful basketball late in the season, this was the team to do it. And again, we saw last year that he still has it to a degree, right? And he can still make a huge impact on the basketball court. So I'm excited. I think they have a legitimate chance to get out of the East.
How do you think the shots are going to be distributed between Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and LeBron James? How are the shots going to be distributed?
Yeah, I mean, did my mic mute? That's what I just said. It's going to be very challenging. How does this on-the-court product look? I don't know. They're all, none of them are exactly creators. Tyrese Maxey is, but he's still pushing 30 points a game. And Jaylen Brown is a very ball-dominant, he can't really, he's not creating and facilitating for others, and he's not really moving off the ball.
So why do you think he chose Philly, Connor? Why do you think LeBron chose Philly?
Because that's the best team that he could have possibly joined, and he was fine taking a back seat in order to compete for championships.
So let me ask you this. Let me pin you down on an actual prognostication here. Would you say it's fair that we should expect them at least in the Final Four? So the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think again, I probably would have said they're competing. I mean, all right, who do we have? I don't really like Miami, honestly. They've made some good moves. Atlanta's having a hell of an offseason. Obviously, the Knicks just won the championship and are bringing almost everyone back. I think the East is very good, but I don't Boston. Boston's very interesting right now, and they're still a legit competitor. I think there are 4 or 5 teams that, you could make a legitimate argument are going to compete to come out of the East. And I think Philly was in that yesterday. So I certainly think they're still in that today. I think I could definitely see, or I just saw Detroit pop up. Yeah, Detroit. I'm not super crazy about Detroit. I think they need to add someone else, and I don't think it's Jalen Duren. But I don't know. I think they'll definitely get to the conference finals. I think they have a legitimate chance to make it out of the East. And all right, I'll go on. Like, I think, I don't know. I don't know what this team's going to look like, to be honest. I get like, but I'm not like I'm not a biased guy. Like, there's one basketball I do not know how they're going to distribute it. Like, again, we were just talking about the usage rates. These are all guys who need the basketball. So, I mean, I'm saying LeBron's able to take a back seat. Yeah, because he's in his 24th season. Like, is Jaylen Brown a guy who was going on record saying I should be MVP, but it's the crooked fake news NBA media that's like taking it away from me. And then he's going at like, how does that guy fit into this? You know, like Edgecombe just had an unbelievable rookie season, and now he's taking that year 2 jump. How does he fit into this? How does Joel Embiid, a guy who during the season last year, I kept forgetting like if he was playing or not. Like, I would have to look at the box score. I wasn't watching too much Philly basketball, and I was like, he's still not. And then he would just show up on a random Tuesday and give you like, 24 and 11. It's like, oh, is he back? I was so happy. I love Joel Embiid. He's one of my favorite players. So what he did in the playoffs last year, I was so happy for him. Again, outside of basketball, because the guy, I don't know if you read that. Basketball, I hate to say it, like, it's cool to see those stories. Yeah, he's a playoff choker. He's this and that. He also can barely stand up and started playing basketball when he's 14. So when he has a moment like that to get over the hump against the Celtics, it is cool. He could still be a loser and choker and all these things you guys need to call him. But I was very happy for Joel Embiid as a person and as a basketball player to have that moment last year. So that was, I think they would have some momentum going into this year. And then they got Jaylen Brown, who's a top, wherever you rank him, 12 to 20 player in the league. So I don't know. Realistically, like, they should get to the conference finals and they should be able to compete for a championship. I think the first half of the season might not be amazing, but I'm excited to find out.
I like it. Connor, we will definitely go to a game together next year in Philadelphia because you're so close. I've got so many people in the city. So we'll definitely make a commitment to go to a game together next year. And we will also we'll make a commitment. I'll get you out of here right now because I've got like 50 of these super chat things I gotta go through to get myself out of here. So then we can jump on together later tonight and we could put a video. I'll put the video out tomorrow. And bro, if you want me to come on your platform at any point,
absolutely,
I could obviously make that happen as well.
Okay, perfect. Well, I appreciate it, but yeah, well, hit me up whenever and we can get back into it. Might be talking a couple of the same talking points, but
oh, sure. And it's okay because we've got 1,400 people on here. I think we were at 2,200 people at peak here. So people are going to see this, but a lot of the people won't see our conversation. And I definitely want to have an actual long form video with you on it. So we'll hop on tonight. We'll keep it to about an hour, maybe. Yeah. Perfect. And I'll text you off whenever I get done going through these comments and questions, guys. And by the way, thank you for holding tight. I will get through all of these questions and comments, and then I'll connect Connor with you later tonight. And guys, please make sure to check that video out and more from Connor Hebler. He's Hero Ball Media on YouTube. So make sure to check him out. And there will be more between me and him tomorrow at some point on our conversation tonight. So Connor, thank you very much for hopping in here at this last quick second here and joining us. I do appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Gary, nice to meet you, sir. I'll check out the video. I'll get back to you soon.
I enjoyed the debate. And if you ever want to come on my channel for a live stream,
let's do it, brother. I'm always down to get into it.
I think you'll love my channel. Just peruse over my catalog of videos. I think you'll love it.
Repeat the
Gary 828 Sports.
Gary
Sports Talk.
Sports Talk.
Okay,
Sports
perfect.
Talk. I think you're going to love it.
I'll check it out and we'll make it happen. Hopefully your fan base likes me a little bit better than this guy's, but all right. Thank you. Hit me up whenever, Skap, and we'll make it happen. Nice to meet you, Gary.
Sounds good, brother. Thank you, Connor. All right, Gary. Welcome back in to all of you. Thank you. Shout out again to Connor Hebler. Again, Hero Ball Media. I've done a couple videos with him. He's great. I honestly love the conversation with him. He's he is a bronzexual. He does have LeBron as the GOAT, but he is a little more reasonable than most of the bronze stands and the sniffers and the lickers. He won't push back too much on certain. He can open his mind at least to like Michael Jordan being above, which many of the sniffers and the lickers and the sycophants out there can't. So I always appreciate Connor. He has a good angle on just sports in general, Gary. He played football in college. I don't know if you knew that, but he played Division I college football. So I always appreciate his outlook on sports in general. I look to do hopefully more with Connor in the upcoming year, but I certainly will have a conversation with him later tonight. And some of the similar overlapping points that we talked about or discussed here, I'll discuss with him there as well. But guys, thanks again for holding on through that. Hopefully you enjoyed that little impromptu conversation. Gary, thanks for rolling with that as well. We'll get back in to all of these questions and comments from you guys. Again, I appreciate you and your support. I will answer all these questions. So hopefully if you send something, you're still with me. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I'll be on as long as it takes to get to work through the rest of these. Let's pick back up with Jake. What's up, Jake Koenig? Thank you, my friend, for your generous donation. I appreciate it. Gary, what does Jake have for us here?
One last super team for the Fraud King. That one right there may be the greatest piggyback ring chaser of all time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty breathtaking. I'll give it to LeBron and to Connor in this sense. He is welcoming all of this pressure because he's got to know this looks bad. He's got to know. Like, he's already, one of the biggest criticisms of his career is that he's built super teams and that he hops all over the league. Now he goes to a fourth different team and builds another super team. He's got to know this looks bad. There's got to be a payoff. He's got to win that ring. So he is accepting a lot of pressure. I like it because I think he's going to fail, and then I'm going to be able to mock and ridicule him even more than I already do. So I can't wait, as Bart Scott once famously said. We got 210 Hitman back in. Just wait, be patient. LeBum won't let you down. I think you're right, 210 Hitman. I don't think he'll let me down. I think he will fail this year and next year, and I think I will be able to crush, destroy, and rake him mercilessly across social media, and I'm looking forward to it, obviously. We've got the real Donald Trump 1646 is in from Canada, of course, as always. I knew the real Donald Trump wouldn't miss the chance to get on here. Sixers are out in the first or second round, and that makes Sixer James the greatest Sixer of all time. I certainly can see a world. Look, Connor said his expectation is at least the Eastern Conference Finals. I think that is the expectation of many people in and around the basketball world. I think that will be the betting odds as well. I think Vegas will install them as the second or third odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship this season. So it is going to be very interesting indeed, since that is the expectation floating around out there. And to me, I certainly can see a reality to the real Donald Trump's point where maybe they're out in the second round. I don't think the first round because they're probably going to be the four or five seed. Who knows? I mean, maybe. I mean, if the 5 seed is the Celtics or the Hawks or something like that, maybe they could be out in the first round. So it might be a possibility, and I know I will be watching eagerly. We've got that. The Rant Guy Yeezy. I think I got that right. The Rant Guy Yeezy. What's up, Rant Guy? Not one, not two, not three. Fourth super team. Embarrassing. Look, I will give him LA. While I don't think the Lakers were a super team. He did have a top 5 player league-wide in Anthony Davis, though. Like Anthony Davis, Dwayne Wade, Luka Doncic, Jaylen Brown. I mean, this guy's played with a lot of upper echelon elite players. Dwayne Wade in his prime, obviously, to me, the best guy. Though maybe Luka has something to say about that. Ultimately, who knows? But Anthony Davis was no slouch. When they won the 2020 bubble ring with him, Davis was 6th in MVP voting that year. second in defensive player of the year, first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, led the postseason in scoring and in win shares that season. So AD was elite when he was playing there, but the Lakers, not a full-blown super team, in my opinion. They didn't have a surefire third all-star on that team or anything like that. But I think 100% the Heat, the Cavs, and now the Sixers, unequivocal, undeniable, inarguable super teams. So, yes, the rant guy, Yeezy, it is, to your point, embarrassing. We've got Wolf's Mane joining us next. What's up, brother? Welcome in, my friend, regular. Always glad to see you and have you here. I was going to root for Philly, second to Atlanta, no more. So, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people that were going to be rooting for Philly are no longer rooting for Philly. As I talked about on the top, villainous city with a villainous team, kind of, which now pairs with it that one of the bigger black hat wearing villains of all time, in my opinion, in LeBron James. This is a team that is just going to be, there's some teams that are just likable and easy to root for. This is the antithesis of that. This is going to be one of the easiest teams to root against. This might be the most unlikable team in the NBA since the Miami Heat all those years ago in 2011 when LeBron joined forces there. So he's giving us more of what we want, at least, on his way out. BZ6 in next. What's up, BZ? Welcome back to you. Thanks for being here. Will he accept his role as fourth best on the rotation? I don't think so. I think he will try to jam himself into that 2-3 option. It's going to be fascinating because Maxey was one of the best scorers in the NBA last year. He was like top 3 in scoring a lot of the year. I think he ended 4th. And Jaylen Brown ended 5th in scoring last year. So again, these guys both shot north of 21 times a game, and they both score around 28 points per game. So it's going to be fascinating to see how LeBron James, jams himself into that rotation. And then, yeah, you've got Joel Embiid too, who's going to, when he's actually on the floor, is going to command his touches, his paint touches, and et cetera, his usage. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're right. Maybe LeBron should realistically and feasibly be the fourth option from a rotation standpoint. And I don't know. I don't think so. I'll believe it when I see it. If he can make that happen or accept that kind of a role. Gary, I'll tag you in for Isaac Drum 8009. What's up, Isaac? Thank you, my friend, for this very kind and generous donation. I appreciate you very much. Gary, what is the question or comment to accompany this generous donation from Isaac?
That city is going to eat him alive. Even Santa Claus is not immune from the rabid fans. This is going to be fun to watch the train wreck.
I agree. It's just going to be a perfect flaming dumpster fire scenario floating down a river of shit in Philadelphia this year. And I, for one, can't wait. Again, that legendary Bart Scott drop. If you don't know now, you know. Can't wait to see LeBron go up in flames in Philadelphia because it's going to be so good. I mean, if it's bad enough, they might run that guy out at the end of this year. He signed 2 years for $8 million. And so the expectation is that he'll play 2 years, but it might go so poorly that they might just run that dude at the end. And the question will be, does he just retire then in shame and disgrace, or does he force himself to some other team to end, to take another crack in year 25? I don't know, Isaac, but I, for one, will be watching again very eagerly with a huge smile on my face all of next season.
3 months feels like an eternity right now to wait.
Yeah. I mean, August, September. Yeah, basically, because it starts like last week in October-ish. So
yeah,
July,
mid to late October.
So yeah, we're about 3. You're right. We're about 3 months out now at this point. Though it'll start ramping in October. Early October, we'll start getting the news and the camp and all that stuff. So, but you're right. The first games won't be played till October 20th-ish. So yeah, we've got a while to wait, unfortunately. And now this adds another exciting little element to this NBA season. We've got AJ O'Henry 447, another regular. Welcome back in, AJ. I appreciate you. Let me throw this one to Gary as well.
When I heard the news, I posted on my story, LMAO, you'll never be Kobe or MJ. It's like Mickey and Rocky 3 to Clubber Lang. You're a disgrace to the sport.
I know Gary wanted to deliver that line. Yeah, I agree. Look, I agree. And to some of the point, look, I think it is difficult to argue with. To Connor's point, it's difficult to argue mindset as like something. Like it's hard to argue intangibles when we're talking GOAT. But to Gary's point and the point I made earlier, like there is undeniably that thing, right? That intangible, that like those things that like you really can't measure, that don't show up, that you can just see when you look at a guy. And you know that guys in Kobe and Jordan, something you can measure is that they never jumped around. They didn't go and like build different super teams and try to get other superstars and all NBA caliber guys with them. Now, some of those guys played with all NBA guys, but those teams were constructed organically. And the pieces were like Shaq was there. You know, when Kobe was drafted the year they acquired Shaq, like it just happened that way. Now, Pau Gasol, when he joined Kobe, had one all-star appearance in his entire 7-year career at that point. It's not like this guy was an all-NBA caliber superstar. And Kobe took that dude to 3 straight finals and 1 back-to-back in a crazy gauntlet of teams. So like, and you know, Kobe failed miserably in the first year with Gasol. They lost by 37 points in game 6 of the NBA finals to be eliminated. Kobe didn't whine for more or leave town or whatever. Like he just took the same players basically and went on and won 2 championships with them. So like LeBron never did those things. Like that stuff is a credit, I think, to the mindset of LeBron James. It's difficult to argue intangibles, but I think if you watched all of the guys play, you can see a difference. So look, I know LeBron doesn't care about that, and I know his fan base and supporters don't care about that. At this point, it's totality of resume. It's look at my 50,000 points. I'm 3rd on the assist list too with 50,000 points. I've been to 10 finals. I'm trying to get to win 4, 5, or I'm trying to win a 5th or a 6th possibly. It's going to be pure resume because LeBron, in my opinion, doesn't possess those intangibles. And it's a difficult case to make, Gary, which is why I was kind of steering away from it with you and Connor head to head. But I think the people that watch Jordan or watch Kobe and watch LeBron, like there is a marked difference in the way those guys carry themselves, the way they, you know, address winning and losing, and the way they answer success and failure. Like there is a difference. So I am with you, Gary, but to Connor's point, it is difficult to argue, and they're going to just bury you out or drown you out at least with the totality of the resume and the counting metrics, which is fine because at the end of the day, if he ends with 4 rings, which I think is now a glaring possibility, and he plays 25 years, like that is going to be, to me, all I need to say. That is going to speak volumes when you say Jordan played realistically 12 years, but let's even just say 15. I mean, he technically played 15, but he played really only 12 full seasons. But even 6 in 15 years versus 4 in 25, like that alone speaks all, Gary, that's all we're going to need to say. Like I'm actually excited by this move and by what it represents, the possibility that we have now at this point. Go ahead, Gary.
I just want to say, I do agree with you that we don't need to use the illegal supplement argument. I just wanted, why I had him on, I just wanted to see if he could admit that LeBron was using something or not. That was my main. I just wanted to see what his mindset was, because I rarely come in with these people, you know, these LeBron lovers.
Right.
Because I'm used to being around your audience and my audience who are anti-LeBron. So I don't talk with them that often unless I want to go out to the mall or something and ask some of the teenagers and see what they think. But I rarely meet these people. I'm talking about them like they're different species. But yeah, I agree that you don't have to bring that up. It's just something that I do think at some point it's going to be proven like years down the road. And I think it's going to be I'll zip the language, but a S show for sure.
Right. Yeah, and I think, look, while I think certain things, like yes, I think LeBron is doesn't have the mental toughness or discipline that like a Kobe or a Jordan had. I do think that. And yes, I do think that LeBron James has used some kind of illicit substances. But like when I'm, and I don't mind saying that on videos and stuff, but when I have,
You want to be tangible.
right. And when I
Right,
have a guy, or when I'm maybe not even debating, but if I'm having a conversation with someone that I know is on the other side,
Yeah.
I try to think of like, what are conversations that I can win, or like what are things that I can prove, or things that I know I can prove, right? So like that's kind of like why I steer away from certain topics when I have certain people, or I'm going against someone I know that has an opposing or a different kind of an outlook than me. So that's kind of why I steered us away from that direction. But we've got BZ6 back in again. Thank you, BZ, for your continued generosity here. BZ says, I'm ready to watch the baby stomps and falling down on the floor, taking a foul. Serious note, I was actually excited seeing 76ers before this move. Me too. Like I said, I've lived in Philadelphia for a number of years. I have a bunch of friends in Philadelphia. And I like Jaylen Brown, and I like Tyrese Maxey. So I was going to be pretty high on the Sixers. I would be obviously not rooting for their demise and their downfall, but now having LeBron go and join on with all of those guys, I mean, they just make for a beautiful villain now for the NBA. And like, I honestly, the team that should be really thankful about this is the Thunder, because the Oklahoma City Thunder, who everybody is hated on for like 2 years now they get to remove the black hats, because now the Sixers are enemy number one. I think if it's Oklahoma City and Philadelphia in the NBA Finals, for instance, there's no doubt that most of the country will be behind the Thunder in that scenario, whereas most of the country has been against the Thunder for the last couple years now.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I agree.
Yep. All right, we've got Alex 79 is in next. Alex, what's up? Welcome into you. Thank you for your generous donation, Gary. I'll toss this one to you as it's a bit longer.
The clownest move ever, but from a clown, what can we expect? I was hoping he would make the right choice and go back home to end his career with his heart, but instead, he's ending with his
ass. Yeah, I think honestly, back to LA on the minimum, or going to Cleveland were realistically the only decisions to be made, where he wouldn't have gotten crushed. So look, even if he went back to Miami and he'd been there before, like, okay, back to join Giannis Antetokounmpo, like a top 2 player when he's healthy, top 2 or 3 player when he's healthy. So like, or now he goes to like maybe his biggest super team ever. Like that was Cleveland or LA on the minimum were the only decisions in my estimation. And he of course didn't let us down and picked the exact wrong place to go. And LeBron is nothing if he's not consistent. We've got 210 Hitman back in yet again. Thank you, 210 Hitman. I appreciate you, my friend. La Ring Chaser is an absolute joke. Yeah, I mean, again, if you look, the saying is, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss, or whatever. Something of that. Something in that capacity. That I don't know the exact saying. I think it's take a shot at the king and whatever. LeBron is taking his shot with another super team, so he best not miss in acquiring at least one more ring. He's got to get at least number 5, in my opinion, for making this move. And if he doesn't, it's a big miss, and it will hurt, in my opinion, his legacy. The totality, because again, we're not really talking peak anymore with LeBron. We're talking about the totality, the collection of what his resume is. And what his resume is going to include is 3 super teams, 25 years, and only 4 rings if he misses. So it's just gonna be a big miss and a big failure if he doesn't execute on this big shot that he's taking. We've got Gibby Jibby 6818. What's up, Gibby Jibby? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you for being here. MJ 6 rings, 1 team. Kobe 5 rings, 1 team. Curry 4 rings, 1 team. LaHo 4 rings, 4 super teams, and people will still try to say this dude is the GOAT. Well, Gibby Jibby, you're certainly not going to hear anyone on this panel outside of Connor Hebler, who joined us for a little bit, that would say that LaHo is the GOAT. But yes, you're right. Now, 4 different teams is a suspect look for sure for LeBron. Taking away all of the other surrounding elements of it, 3 super teams, in my opinion. But the fact that it's 4 different organizations now in his career, like, what other all-time great player has had this kind of movement? Like Shaq maybe is the highest guy, I guess. Like the guy that's the highest on the all-time lists. And I guess maybe depending on where you have Kevin Durant. Like other than that, like what guys that are in the running for Mount Rushmore or the GOAT have been to 4 different teams? Like that in and of itself, it kind of disqualifies him to some degree, in my opinion, when you're stacking him up against the other all-time great players. All right, we've got Roland Dorsey, 22 next. Love that name, Roland. Love it. Congratulations on a great name, though. I take it Roland isn't a big fan of me. Gary, go ahead. Let me turn this one over to you. He's feeling pretty spicy here.
He's in pain right now. We need to console Mr. Roland Dorsey here because he is hurting right now. He says, F you, Skap. F you, Skap. You told me LaFleur would not come to the Sixers. Hopefully, they just bring him to trade him. Peace, bro.
I'm sorry, Roland. My condolences. I'm sorry I led you astray. I did not think Philly or Minnesota were real, tangible options for him. I'm as surprised and dumbfounded as you are right now. Look, it's been about 3 hours now, since 3.5 hours now since the decision. And I'm shocked. I'm as shocked and surprised as you. So I am very sorry, Roland. Luckily, you have a great name to fall back on. One of my favorite names, Duncan and Roland, are my personal 2 favorite names. If I could pick my own name, it would be Duncan or Roland, probably. So congratulations, Roland, on that at least. And I'm sorry you're going to have to endure 1, maybe 2 years of this guy. Tough breaks for you and the entire city of Philly, though most of Philadelphia seems pretty excited about it. Beware what you wish for is all I'll say about that. Will N8664 is up next. What's up, Will? Welcome in, my friend. Appreciate it. The Knicks should sign JJ Barea on a 1-day contract when they play their first season game against the Sixers so he could school the bum again. That would be an expert troll job by the New York Knicks if they brought in JJ, who I think is actually coaching in the NBA. He's an assistant coach somewhere right now. So, yeah, maybe he could retire momentarily for a day to play the Sixers and then go back to whatever team he's an assistant coach on. I like that suggestion, Will. I would endorse that kind of a troll job by the Knicks.
I don't like that for the Knicks because the Knicks are building an organic team and they don't want to stack the deck and cheat and have an unfair advantage, which obviously they would have if they got JJ Barea because we know, LeBron can't score on them.
And maybe they could bring back Jason Terry as well for that one day.
No.
Who knows? Yeah, maybe they could do that. Maybe Jay Kidd could come on board as well. Who knows? Speaking of the Knicks, though, Gary, we've got Cuse Mode Jimbo is up next. And he, first of all, Cuse Mode, welcome in, my friend. Thanks for being here as always. He is unimpressed with this most recent move by the King. Yawn, a big all capital yawn from Cuse Mode Jimbo. Knicks in 5. Cuse Mode, that's if they even get to the Knicks. Like, they've got to get through an all of a sudden pretty improved Eastern Conference at this point if he's even going to find his way to the Knicks, who I think the Knicks are at this point the favorites in the Eastern Conference. It would just be disrespectful, I think, to say anything otherwise. Oh, Doc, is that Doc 50 Holiday? What is up, Doc Holiday? One of my all-time favorite cinematic characters in movie history. More super teams Can't catch MJ and Kobe that way. Very weak. I agree, Doc. I'm your Huckleberry. You cannot catch two dudes that won rings. Look, Kobe had 3 season-ending injuries where he was incapable of being eligible to perform in the playoffs. So in 17 years of playing in the postseason, Kobe Bryant, being eligible to physically perform in the postseason, Kobe won 5 rings in 17 seasons. Michael Jordan, yes, he was physically eligible to play in 15 postseasons. So I will count that, but 6 rings in 15 years for GOAT Mike. LeBron did have 1 season where he was incapable of finishing the year. Yeah, right. He shut it down because they weren't going to make the playoffs, but whatever. So I'll take that. I'll shave that 1 year off LeBron. So he's played in technically 22 full years now at this point, and in 22, only 4. So it will be 23 and 24 eligible years for him to play and compete in the playoffs when it's all said and done, more than likely for only 4. So he just doesn't stack up to GOAT Mike or GOAT 2, in my opinion, Kobe. I'm with you all the way on that, Doc. Mr. LOL Cow, I like that handle, and great little avatar to accompany it. Welcome into you. I appreciate the support here. Remember, it's just basketball, but got a ring chase. Exactly. See, it's the hypocrisy with LeBron. That's what gets me all the time. Like, oh, rings don't matter. It's a team accomplishment. I'm the GOAT even without them. But hey, let me screw my family over and abandon them in LA. Let me spit in the face of my hometown organization, the Cavaliers, after stringing them along for 3 weeks. And let me go and make a ring chase, ring grab decision here. Because why? Because rings don't matter? Like, of course not. Of course they do. And of course he's known it all along, Mr. LOL Cow. That is just LOL at its best, in my estimation, with LeBron just making himself look like a fool. We've got Jake Koning returns again. Oh, here we go. We've got some odds. Thank you, Jake, for providing these odds. 76ers are plus 700 to win the title on Bovada. That's one of the super books in Las Vegas. Behind only the Spurs and Thunder at plus 260 each. So there you have it. The Knicks plus 900, Celtics plus 1,500, Raptors plus 2,000 to follow. So there you have it. The Philadelphia 76ers, it didn't even take a day. It took hours. As I estimated or expected at the top of the show, the Philadelphia 76ers are one of the 3 top title odds on favorites right now. They are the odds on favorite to win the Eastern Conference. Don't F it up, Bron. Don't F it up, brah. You take the shot, King. Don't miss. You better go get that ring. You better at least get into the NBA Finals, or this is just going to be another hilarious entry into your failures. And I personally love to see it. Love to see it. In the words of the late, great Jim Irsay. Xavier to God, welcome into the party, pal. Another regular here on the Skap Lives. Thank you, Xavier. We have 2 Dolphins on the 76ers like SeaWorld. Not sure exactly what that means. I'll just bypass it if it's offensive in any way.
2 guys that want to show off. So LeBron wants to show off. And who's the other show off? It's not Tyrese. Would that be Jaylen Brown, I guess, or Embiid?
I'm guessing it could be Embiid or Brown. I don't think Maxey falls into that category. No. I like Maxey. I respect Maxey. I think he had the volume that he had because that was the only way they could compete. The way they were trying to win games. Paul George missed half the games. Joel Embiid missed half the games. Tyrese Maxey was just doing anything he could to compete. I like Tyrese Maxey. I think he'll adjust his game accordingly now with these new pieces. But Jaylen Brown doesn't want to be a number 2 option. Joel Embiid is a former MVP. LeBron James, we know what he is. I mean, yeah, it's going to be difficult, Xavier, to make all of those guys happy with only 1 basketball in Philadelphia. But I can't wait to see them try. Xavier to God with back-to-back. Welcome back in, my friend. LeBron is going to get dragged by Philly fans 100%. Gary's giving the thumbs up. I know it to be true. I lived there for several years. I'm back there still 2 to 3 times a year. In fact, I'm going there next weekend. I'm going to be in Philly, a scheduled trip for a fantasy football event. I fly out on Thursday. So less than a week from now, I will be in Philadelphia. So I'm there a lot. And yes, if this goes bad, Philly fans will crucify LeBron James for it. We've got Just a Messenger, Just a Messenger 07G. Welcome in Just a Messenger. Maxi production about to take a hit. Edgecombe potential about to be stunted. That is the LeBron effect. Yes, that, yes. And he's going to take all of the credit from anything good that happens there. And if things go bad, all of those other guys will be getting absolutely shaded up and down the interwebs. They're going to take all the blame because, of course, LeBron James must remain blameless in all of this by him and people in his circle and in his fan base. So, yeah, to me, it's not going to go well for Philly. And, oh, by the way, throw in the extra circus of having a film crew follow them around all year long in shooting this documentary, which I'm certain he talked to them about and they had them sign off on it. Again, Philly, beware what you wish for, guys. All right, we've got Xavier to God back in yet again. No more he bought a ring to every team. Oh, no more he brought a ring to every team he was on anymore. Yes, there is one of those LeBron talking points by the stands is that, oh, well, LeBron wins everywhere he goes. Well, he could be putting that in jeopardy as well, which he, of course, if he went to Cleveland or Miami, has already won there. So that wouldn't have entered into the conversation had he just gone to one of those two teams. Now, again, he's putting that little talking point or narrative on under the firing squad potentially as well. So, again, as I said at the beginning, a very risky decision by LeBron James. 210 Hitman just keeps coming in for more. Thank you, 210 Hitman. I appreciate it. Well, this is a whole F Steph Curry day. Yeah, I guess there's that too. It's not only Cleveland. This is for you. Spitting in Cleveland's face, spitting in Miami's face, but also Steph Curry, who, again, had been recruiting LeBron James since basically 2024. So, and it really looked like it was maybe going to happen this time. So, yeah, you're right. LeBron James just burning all the bridges and going to some random kind of dark horse team in Philadelphia. A crazy decision, honestly, and a crazy day. We've got Roland back. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, no, I want to read this one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll turn it over to you, Roland. Thank you very much for coming back, and I appreciate it. Hopefully, you're starting to forgive me a little bit for leading you astray on the Philly decision. Gary, what's Roland's next question or comment here?
And this is to my point earlier. I said, what about this possibility? He says, if Draymond Green comes to Philly, I will officially switch my allegiance to the Lakers. And to your point, you just talked about how Philly's going to be the most hated team in the league right now. Add Draymond to that roster, and they really up the ante.
Yes, I don't look, Roland, and I talked to this point to Gary with Gary already. I honestly don't see Draymond going to. That would be awesome, though. I'm fully endorsing that. Please, Draymond, please go to Philly with LeBron James and join the 76ers. As if that team couldn't be any more hateable. They will be like the most despised team in NBA history if Draymond Green goes there too. Please let it happen, Roland. I'm rooting for it at this point. You'll just have to become a Sixer fan in recess for these 2 years. Hey, Roland, look at it like this. Glass half full, my friend. At least it's not 8 years. Look at what the poor, suffering, struggling Lakers fans had to deal with for nearly a decade. You've only got to endure 2 years, maybe even only one. So, again, glass half full, buddy. Cusmo Jimbo back in. Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, no, I'm just saying just pointing saying I got it whenever you introduce them.
Yeah, sure. Go. I'll turn it over to Gary Cusmo. Let me hear you drag this decision a little bit more. I know he's not worried in the least. Gary, what's this latest question or comment from Q's Mode?
Adam Silver be like, OMG, yay! I can finally make the schedule now. Thank you, Mr. LeBron. Thank you for no longer holding me hostage. LMAO, absolute clown show.
I agree, Cuse Mode, and I bet you game 1 NBA, first game of the year, 8 p.m. opening night, Knicks banner celebration, ring ceremony with Braun and the Sixers in town on the other in the opposing locker room for that game. I bet Kamish Nosferatu, Adam Silver, he's lathering already. He is lathering himself up in the baby oils and slipping into a nice bath with the scented candles going, listening to a little Boys to Men, and he's putting the finishing touches with his baby LeBron now on the 76ers. You can book it, in my opinion, opening night, Philly at New York. And obviously a prominent slot on the Christmas Day game. I wonder, maybe now it's going to be Thunder. It's going to be Spurs Thunder on Christmas. I was going to say maybe Sixers and Spurs, but I think they'll probably do Thunder Spurs. So who knows? They'll have a good opponent for Christmas Day as well. Maybe the team he spurned, Cleveland or Miami, v Philly on Christmas. So like Giannis v Braun on Christmas Day, Philly versus the team he left waiting,
Philly.
the team he stranded and left high and dry. Like I could see one of those matchups then.
Lakers, Philly, Christmas.
Oh, that would be a good one too. Luka, LeBron. Yeah. Okay. I like that, Gary. That's a good suggestion as well. All right. Next in, we've got Black Ghost 350. What's up, Black Ghost? And welcome into you. LeBron would have had Cooper Flag traded. Yeah, I mean, LeBron, yeah. Who knows? That probably would have been a speculative trade, I'm sure, if AD were still there, AD and Kyrie. Let's get LeBron in the mix too. I would, Black Ghost, I would put nothing behind or nothing above LeBron, I should say. Nothing surprises me with this guy, even though I must admit I am a little surprised with this announcement today, for sure. The Green Dawn 34 checks in next. Welcome in, Green Dawn, and thank you, Black Ghost. Thank you, Green Dawn 34, for your guys' generous contributions to the show here. Philly, I did it for you. Philadelphia, this is for you. Yes, sure you didn't, LeBron. This is for you and your ring chasing to try to insinuate yourself in to a conversation that you realistically don't belong in. You never did, and you don't deserve to be a part of moving forward. And it's going to be fun to watch for at least for me and for my purposes. We've got Pocket Cheese 69 is in next. Thank you for your generous donation here, Pocket Cheese. I appreciate you as always. Gary, what is this question or comment that accompanies his generous donation?
Hey, Skap, Sixers fan here, and I love it. I love what you do for Kobe, but I am, unfortunately, a Braun fan. I'm not a bootlicker or jock sniffer, but I do enjoy basking in the sunshine. I am very happy.
Well, Pocket Cheese, I appreciate you being here and contributing and watching my stuff, even though you are an admitted Braun fan, albeit not a licker or a sniffer. And I guess, Pocket Cheese 69 to you, congratulations. Enjoy it. I mean, you're a Philadelphia 76ers fan who's getting LeBron James. You're one of your favorite players. I mean, I guess that would be like, I was a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan growing up. Randy Moss was my favorite player. That would be like if Randy Moss went to my Steelers. So congratulations. I hope it's everything that you dreamed that it will be. I know it will probably be more so everything I dreamed that it would be. And I will just say, Pocket Cheese 69, again, like I'm saying to all of those, I've got a lot of friends in Philly. Beware what you wish for, guys, because this has the potential. Yes, it's the best collection of talent on paper that LeBron could have went to or chosen to be a part of. But it carries great risk for city, for franchise, for player. So I guess, look, great risk, great potential reward, but also great potential train wreck. So just be leery and beware what you wish for, Pocket Cheese. 33 Shug. I think I'm going to say that. Welcome into you. Thank you so much for being a part of this here today. Jalen called his son weak, and LeBron joins him. That's true. That
Good
is
point.
true. Jaylen Brown critical of Bronny James, but who knows? Jaylen Brown also was critical of Joel Embiid, and now they're playing on the same team as well. So I'm sure these beta fish will somehow make it work so they could all swim in the same pond together for their own gains. I'm sure Jalen's been bootlicking and schmoozing the fake king all summer here. So I'm sure it's water under the bridge. And the next thing to watch for will be, is Bronny going to join? That is going to be a compelling watch for the rest of the season, or the rest of the summer, to see what, if he does or doesn't, and what that potential trade package is. I will definitely be keeping my eyes open on that one. Oh boy, we've got Skap's Extra Strong Cologne back in, and it says the LeBron haters ball. Incredible. So this is Skap's Extra Strong Cologne with me photoshopped in on the avatar to the haters ball, one of my favorite Chappelle Show skits. And it says the LeBron haters ball. Hate, 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 hate. So welcome into you, Skap Extra Strong Cologne. Appreciate you, your handle and the avatar and your generous donation as always. Gary, what does Skap's Extra Strong Cologne have for us today?
Skap, when will the LeBron and 76ers official hate week take place like in the movie 1984? Even George Orwell couldn't have predicted this happening.
A crazy day, a crazy decision. The LeBron and 76ers official hate week begins now. I will be flying to Philadelphia, coincidentally enough, next Thursday. So not a full week exactly, but I will be, addressing this move in multiple different upcoming videos. One, you can probably anticipate me getting out sometime tonight. Then I will have that conversation with Connor tomorrow, more than likely. So yes, guys, the LeBron and 76ers official hate week has kicked off. It started. Here we are, Friday, July 24th. Roughly 3 weeks after LeBron informed the Los Angeles Lakers that he would not be returning for a 24th season. We now know he will be going to Philadelphia for a 24th and 25th season. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne, again, thank you so much for being here, being part of the show. We are now trickling over the 3-hour mark. This is probably going to be a lengthier stream here. I do have a lot to get to today, but I will get to all of these questions or comments before I do so. We still have over 1,000 people in here, 3 hours in now, which is crazy. We had 2,200, Gary, one of our highest streamed shows actually in this impromptu day and time. So thank you guys all who are still here. Thank you so much for being on with us still. And I will continue to work through all of your question and comments. We've got Hillsborough 738. What's up? Welcome in. Never forget, Riley called out LeBron after he left. Facts. Pat Riley said in the aftermath of them losing that finals to Gary's Spurs, Pat Riley said, if you're not a coward, I'm paraphrasing here. He said, you've got to not be a coward, or you have to not be afraid, or you have to take the challenge to come back and face the challenges, the obstacles of getting back to winning. And he said, basically, if you're man enough and you don't run out of the first door you see. Pat Riley said that like a day after they lost that finals. And then, of course, LeBron wasn't a man, and he did run out of that first door that he saw and took his talents to Cleveland and had them trade the number 1 overall pick to bring Kevin Love to join LeBron and Kyrie. So, yeah, I always thought a repairing in Miami was going to be suspicious because it felt like LeBron burned bridges, not with just Riley, but also Spoelstra. So I didn't really know that he was going to be going back there, but go ahead, Gary.
Just curious, did Jeannie Buss say anything like that when Kobe Bryant got embarrassed in the 2008 finals? Did she have to go on record and say, well, I hope that Kobe doesn't bail on us here? Did she have to say something like that? I can't recall.
Well, no, Gary, because obviously
okay.
Kobe was cut from a different cloth, obviously, as Connor and the other LeBron camp doesn't want to admit. And yes, it is an intangible, so it's not like anything we can discernibly prove. So it's not like something that I would debate necessarily head to head against one of them. But yes, Kobe was just built differently, cut from a different cloth. So yes, Gary, we knew, Jeannie knew that he wasn't going to be abandoning ship like LeBron does every 4 years or so. Xavier DeGod, meanwhile, back in. It's LeBron's fourth super team. 2022 Lakers were 1-2. Yeah, I mean, that was the team that had LeBron, AD. I think they still had Dwight. They added Russell Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony. So I guess you realistically can say that was a super team as well. Because Russ was whatever. Russ was coming off of his third triple-double average in 4 years. Like the next year after Russ's third or fourth, maybe it was his fourth triple-double. Did Russ average 3 or 4 triple-doubles?
I'm not sure. I can look that up, though.
Whichever. The last year he did, it was in Washington. He averaged like 22, 10, and 10 or something like that. And it was basic. So Russ was still kind of prime. People want to paint Russ as being washed already. He was coming off of a triple-double year the year before he joined up. And then Carmelo Anthony is the same age as LeBron. So like he was, Gary saying 4 triple. That's crazy. Gary, I know you and I don't see eye to eye always on Russell Westbrook. 4 triple-double average seasons is insane. It really is.
So that was 2017, 18, and 19 in OKC, and then 21 with the Washington Wizards.
Crazy. So, yeah, I mean that. So you add Russ to that. Carmelo, who was whatever, maybe 34, 35 at the time. I mean, you can make a compelling case, Xavier DeGod, that was in fact a super team that didn't even make the playoffs. By the way, one of the more hilarious moments of LeBron's career. We've got Samson the Current up next. What's up, Samson? Welcome into you, my friend. Is the LeBron James of foot doctors also 4 of 25? That's a great question. Like when people go to see the LeBron James of feet and he fails in an operation 21 times out of 25, is that still considered the GOAT foot doctor? Probably not, Samson the Current. So a very, I'd say, good analogy on your part. And look, in sports, no one wins every time, unless you're Bill Russell. He won 11 out of 13. But I'd say like most of the greatest players of all time have won in like a third of the time, essentially. Like a third of the time they win when you look back at it. LeBron, 4 of 25. That's insane. That is a ridiculous percentage. That, yes, to me, that is a failure. Like if as Giannis Antetokounmpo said, there's no failure in sports. To me, 4 times out of 25 is a failure. And just imagine if this 76ers team does get to a finals or 2. That would be 11 or 12 finals to win 4. So like when you're talking about, I'm talking about years played a third of the time. When the greatest of the greats got into the final round, they win an overwhelming majority of the time. Kobe 5 of 7, Jordan 6 of 6, right? Like LeBron would be sitting at 30% in the finals if he gets to an 11th or 12th finals round and win, and is only 4 of 12 or 4 of 11. Like that is going to look really suspect for these LeBron sniffers and lickers out there. Look, I don't envy them. Shout out to my lovely wife who just brought me this delicious throat coat tea to help power me through the day. Because yes, I've got another probably hour at least on here with y'all. Then I'm going to have an hour convo with Connor Hebler, and I've got a video to make as well. So thank you for the throat coat tea. Xavier DeGod, meanwhile, is back in. Actually, we'll go back to back with Xavier here. Can't love ball, then say you're sacrificing family time. Yeah, I mean, LeBron has been all about family for a while now, and why he wanted to stay in LA or near LA. And now he's like, F them kids. I'm taking my talents to Philly, baby. So just a lot of hypocrisy by LeBron James today, like a lot of hypocrisy on many, many different levels, which we've covered a good amount already. We'll go, like I said, back to back with Xavier. Gary, I'll turn this one. It's a little bit longer, so I'll take a sip of my tea while you read this one from Xavier for me.
LeBron has Anthony Davis's finals MVP, and LeBron couldn't win with Luka or even make it to the finals, but Kyrie did. Look at LeBron going back to the East, LOL.
Yes, LeBron could never really make it. He wasn't cut out to make it in the West. We all knew it. We always said it. All of us Kobe truthers have said all these years, yeah, nine finals, 8 straight or whatever, 8 finals. Yeah, in the East. He obviously couldn't do it like Kobe could do it. Clearly he couldn't, because he went to Kobe's team and tried to and failed miserably. So back to the East he goes. And I'll say this. LeBron probably was the finals MVP. He was probably the MVP of the series against Miami, but Anthony Davis was the MVP of the playoffs that year. He was the best player on the Lakers all season long in the regular season and all playoff long in the bubble. So AD was the actual playoff MVP, in my opinion, just like Kobe was the actual playoff MVP to me in 01 and 02, while Shaq was the best player in the actual series against the East. I think Kobe was actually the team's best player, most important and impactful player for the entirety of the playoffs, which counted, would factor in the Western Conference run. So I'm with you on that. And yes, LeBron had Luka Doncic just for the one playoff run last year, but they were favored. They were the 3 seed against the 6. Luka was firmly and fully healthy, and they lost in 5 games in the first round to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, yeah, Xavier, I mean, a lot of points, all well received, obviously. The Athletes Room podcast is in next. What's up, Athletes Room podcast? Welcome into the show. Third option, average more shot attempts than second option. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I think Jaylen Brown and Maxey get more attempts this year than LeBron. I think they'll both shoot more and average more points and attempts than LeBron this year. And maybe even Joel Embiid averages more attempts than LeBron too. Now, Joel will not play in anywhere near all of the games. He'll probably miss 40 games. So, but average for average shot attempt wise, so bulk total shots, LeBron might take more than Embiid, but per average, I think LeBron might average the 4th most shots on the team this year, but we'll see. We'll see what they have in mind. Obviously, there was some kind of a pitch to LeBron made before he made this decision, so he feels comfortable with whatever role they have in mind. We've got Wolfsbane is up next. After the MLB fallout, no league wants that again. Talking about the steroid situation. I think, yes, the end, Gary, to some degree, the reason why we're never going to get a smoking gun, in my opinion, is because the NBA is just going to cover it up. So like whatever evidence or proof there might be that he was using or is using some kind of illicit substances, the NBA doesn't want any part of that coming out. So I think they'll do whatever they have to conceal that. And that's to Wolfsbane's part. And I don't disagree with it, honestly. We've got Xavier DeGod, meanwhile, checking back, and before we'll get back to Wolfsbane and Samson the Current again in these next couple. Thank you guys very much for coming to the show and contributing. I, of course, appreciate it. Xavier DeGod wants to know, do you guys know LeBron was locked up by a UPS driver? Former Spur Jonathan Simmons was a UPS driver before becoming an NBA player, LMAO. Gary, were you aware of that? Did you know? I'm sure you did, Gary, since he was a Spur. I'm sure you knew.
Yeah, he was really good. He became a fan favorite. Do you remember him?
I do.
He won the Summer League a few years. I want to say it was like 2016 or 17. They won the Summer League with Jonathan Simmons, and actually Becky Hammond was coaching. that Spurs Summer League team because she was an assistant at the time. Yeah, we like Jonathan Simmons in San Antonio. He left because he got a bigger deal with the Magic. And we didn't hear much from him after that. But I mean, at least he got paid. But yeah, apparently when he was trying out early on, just fresh off of being a UPS driver, he stopped LeBron James. He locked him up on defense. And if I remember correctly, LeBron James fell down. And yeah, it was just embarrassing. But that's what we've come to expect from, the greatest athlete of all time.
Yep, there. So like you hear things like that Michael Jordan played against plumbers. Well, apparently LeBron was getting locked up by a UPS driver. So thanks for the insight on that, Xavier and Gary. Samson, the current, meanwhile, back in EPO doesn't build muscle. It's for recovery from injury, soreness, and fatigue, the stuff that helps with longevity stats. That is also true, yes. And not only does it help with recovery from injuries and stuff, it helps recover during workouts and everything, which then in kind does help generate more muscle because you have the ability to continue to recover from workouts quicker and more effectively. So, and yes, that is again what Chael Sonnen alleged that LeBron James was on way back in the day. Chael Sonnen made those accusations years ago. And other people have said things like Kevin Garnett is on the record joking about LeBron taking steroids. There's a bunch of smoke circling around. I think he probably is using whatever still. But again, I just don't know that there's ever going to be the kind of concrete evidence that any of us are waiting or looking for, unfortunately. Wolfsbane, meanwhile, back in multiple times, those Cavaliers bums outscored him multiple times. Those Cleveland bums outscored him, I should say. I'm not sure exactly what Wolfsbane is alleging or alluding to here. But thank you, Wolfsbane, for coming back in. If you want to clarify on the live chat area, Gary will keep an eye on that.
Yeah, who are you referring to?
Yeah,
Which
I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what context he means that in, but Gary, keep an eye on that. I'll read this one from Quantum Answer in the interim while you keep a quick eye out from Wolfsbane. MJ retired because his father was murdered in cold blood, and his father always wanted MJ to play baseball, so he retired and honored his father's wish. Stop saying this stupid BS, bronzexuals. Yes, that's a large part of why Jordan retired. I think another part, I think he was emotionally exhausted from the death of his father and physically exhausted from the 3-year finals run and three-peat. I think he just needed rest in general away from basketball. So, and look, I don't think they would have won that year. If hypothetically speaking, he didn't retire and he came back in that 94-95 season, 93-94 season, I think the Rockets still win the championship. I don't know if the Bulls would have got to the finals. Maybe. I think that was the year the Knicks got there, and the Knicks were close with the Bulls. They played the Bulls tough. So maybe the Knicks still beat the Bulls in that 93-94 year. Regardless, whether they got there or not, Hakeem Olajuwon was winning that championship that year. So I don't make any excuses or say Jordan would have won 8 straight if he didn't retire. I don't believe that. But still, the fact that he won 6 out of 7 years that he was in the NBA and in the playoffs, eligible to perform in the playoffs, 6 out of 7 years, because remember, he did come back in the 94-95 year with like 17 games left and played in the postseason that year and lost to the Orlando Magic. But him winning 6 out of 7 is still a ridiculous accomplishment in the modern era. Taking nothing away from Bill Russell, it was a different time, a different NBA landscape back then. 6 out of 7, like we're never going to see anything like that. Like it's been 8 years since someone went back to back. So, I mean, 6 out of 7 is crazy business for Michael Jordan. I think he just needed a rest overall from everything at the time that he retired. But thank you, Quantum. Gary, is there any clarity from Wolfsbane?
I haven't seen.
Okay.
That the supposed. Hang on. his last comment said that the supposed bums that Connor was complaining about made up for him when he was choking. There was multiple times where they outscored LeBron.
Gotcha. So, look, Connor said some things about and I hear it from other people, not just Connor, that LeBron leads the team in all these categories and everything. So, like, how super can his teams be? LeBron's usage rate and LeBron's play style and the LeBron system indicates and dictates that he gets that kind of usage and that he's going to lead in those metrics. But like saying that LeBron didn't have help or whatever, it's just wild. Like in the Cleveland run, the one that Connor speaks very highly of, thinks it's like the best ring ever. LeBron averaged 26 points per game in the entirety of that postseason. The Cleveland 2016 championship, where they came back from the 3-1 deficit against the Golden State Warriors. 26 points per game is what LeBron James averaged. Kyrie Irving averaged 25 points per game. Then when you fast forward to the 2020 ring, played in 2021 in the bubble, Anthony Davis actually led the playoffs in scoring over LeBron. They both scored around, I think Anthony Davis scored 27.8 points per game, and LeBron scored 27.7 points per game. So very close, but still, you're talking about a point here or there in his last 2 championship runs. Michael Jordan was outscoring Scottie Pippen by 10, 13, 17 points per game on his playoff runs. Like Kobe Bryant outscored Pau Gasol by 11, 12 points per game on his championship runs. So like, let's not fabricate it like LeBron never had any help. Of course he has. And of course, of all the stuff I've heard about the Chicago Bulls having an alleged super team and stuff for Jordan played with 1 all-star, guys, ever. He's played with 1 guy that made 6 all-star appearances total. LeBron James has played with 8 different guys that have made an all-star designation while on a team with LeBron, who have appeared in 17 all-star games. There's no world in which Michael Jordan had more help than LeBron James. It simply doesn't exist. That is a fairy tale take for anyone that's pushing it. We've got WW1348 with seemingly no question or comment. Just wanted to drop us a line here. I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for your generosity here. Gary, I'll bring you in here for concrete. I'm just going to read that Rose. I know it's RO5E, but I feel like it's a play on Rose. So concrete Rose, and your avatar is a rose as well. Welcome in. Thank you for your kind and generous donation. Gary, what's the question or comment here?
LeBron apologists are truly insane. LeBron played with more All-Stars by far, actively dictated who he played with in his career, and played for 20 plus years with just 4 rings to show. How is that defendable for a GOAT argument?
Like I just spoke to, Concrete Rose, it's like I read your comment in advance. LeBron with 8 different guys that made an all-star while he was playing with him. I'm not saying 8 guys that have made all-star games at some point in their career that play with LeBron at some point in his career. I'm saying he's played with 8 different people that made an all-star in a year they were playing with LeBron James. Go check that out. That is as much help or more than anyone that has ever existed in the NBA. So, like, again, I repeat, Michael Jordan, 1 guy, 6 all-star appearances from that 1 guy. Braun, 8 guys, 17 all-star appearances. So there, again, no world or realm of vicinities that we can talk to that LeBron had less help than Michael Jordan, or even for that matter. Look, Kobe Bryant played with Shaquille O'Neal. All right, probably the best player either LeBron or Kobe has played with. I'll admit that. But, like, that's it. Like, what other, like, elite, like, all-caliber player did Kobe have? Get out of here with the Pau Gasol stuff. Like, LeBron James played with Dwayne Wade, who was top 3 when he played with him. He played with Luka Doncic, who's top 3 or 5 when he played with him. Anthony Davis, who's top 3 or 5 when he played with him. Like, Kevin Love, who's top 10 when he played with him. Now a combination of Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and Jalen Brown. Like, no way did Kobe have anywhere near this level of help, again, to win more in less time, much less. So I'm with you. How is that a defendable GOAT stance? Well, it ain't. That's why I don't have him anywhere near my GOAT conversation. We've got Erg with back-to-backs. Erg, thank you so much for your kind generosity and support and engagement in this show. Gary needs his title changed to immoderator Gary. Do you? I don't know, Erg. What he's had a lot of titles. Gaslighter Gary, Gaslight Gary, moderator Gary, of course, Gary 828 as he goes by as his handle on various other channels on the YouTube platform. So I guess Gary Erg is throwing into the ring the consideration of immoderator Gary. I don't know. Wash it over, Gary. Let it hit you in the face. Slap it around a little bit. See if you like it. Maybe we can consider changing your title. I don't know. I'm privy. I am liking the moderator Gary moniker for you, but Gary, you obviously have some input as well into that. We've got Wolfsbane back in yet again. Bird greater than LBJ any day. Best small forward of all time. Best peak. I agree. Larry Bird, 6 straight years, top 2 in MVP voting. Believe he won 3 straight MVPs. He has one of, if not the best championship runs ever, best team ever, 1986 Celtics. He played realistically only about 9 healthy years. I think he played only 12 seasons overall. Let me just pull it up so I know. So he played 13 total years. And he was just a shell of himself after, to me, 88-89, where he played 6 games only in 88-89. Then he came back. He played 75, 60, and 45 games after that, and then he was out of the league. So basically, if you look at pre-88-89, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. 9 years, basically. 9 healthy years, 3 NBA championships, and he was in 5 of them. So 9 years, 5 finals appearances, 3 rings. Like that. This is what I'm saying. That's better than 4 rings in 25 years. It is. So people that say, oh, well, he only has 3 rings and, LeBron has 4. Yeah, in 25 years, like that's what I'm saying. The longevity is now hurting. It's actively working against LeBron James. Samson, the current, comes back in. Again, I like Connor, even with his quote unquote preference. Yes, Connor he's a likable guy, and he is a divisive, argumentative type. If you watch my House of Highlights videos, particularly the Kobe one, he's very argumentative. He's consistently interrupting me, talking over me, yelling at me. But when he's in a setting where he knows he's not going to get cut off, and we just kind of sit and talk and go back and forth, I mean, honestly, he's very respectful and listens to the total thing of what you're saying. And like he answers, and sometimes look, he simply can't answer some things. And he'll admit, like he admits 2011 was a pathetic, egregious choke job. So he is a reasonable bronzexual. There's not many. I know that's like it's like what's the word I'm looking for? An oxymoron.
Oxymoron.
Yes, an oxymoron, where it's like, I know it's 2 words that don't realistically fit together or work together. A reasonable bronzexual, but he kind of is, which is why I always appreciate and enjoy the conversation. And I'm looking forward to having another conversation with him tonight. You guys should keep an eye out for that. Probably going to come out tomorrow. Meanwhile, Cusmo Jimbo checking back in. What's up, Cuse Mode? Welcome back into you, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you. Cuse is addressing me directly here on this one.
Yo, Skap, I am not making this up. LeBron James Day has just been officially proclaimed on the state of Pennsylvania calendar, according to Twitter. Let me look that up.
Yes, Gary, please fact check that, because me being a native of PA, of course, I've lived in Florida for 9 years now. However, born and raised in PA, My parents still live in Pittsburgh. I'm in Pittsburgh or Philly, some combination of those two, like 2 months out of the year still. Gary, can you confirm, is this true? Is it LeBron James Day in Pennsylvania? Okay, Gary's
yes,
still
it
looking.
is. It is. Do you want me to let me email it to you?
Okay. So it is. Maybe I renounce my PA lineage. Like I take away my, like I'm just fully. It's time for me to fully embrace my my inner Floridian now. At this point, I'm just going to become like a full Florida guy now. I'm Florida man now at this point. Thanks to Pennsylvania declaring LeBron Day. How laughable and despicable is that? Qsmo Jimbo, thanks for ruining my day here. We've got Karthik Shankar 1 comes in next. If ring chasing was a sport, LeBron is the GOAT. Yes and yes. Unfortunately, ring chasing hasn't worked out all that well for LeBron, but he is undeniably the GOAT of something, and it would be that, Karthik Shankar 1. And thank you, Karthik, for being here. As always, I appreciate it. We've got Mr. Mace is in next. What's up, Mr. Mace? I appreciate it. Intangibles are what made me see the greatness in Kobe when I was introduced to the NBA in the 2008 finals. Little did I know how great he actually was. I mean, Kobe has arguably the best intangibles. Like, I mean, look, say what you, Michael Jordan was a freak competitor and intensely competitive and driven with a competitive fire that is obviously befitting one of the great, most impressive alpha dogs we've ever seen in NBA history. But I would argue that Jordan didn't take it all that seriously. This dude was routinely spotted gambling at like 3 or 4 a.m. the night before playoff games. Like, again, that Kobe Bryant, honestly, wouldn't be caught dead. Kobe Bryant, this guy was insane, so maniacally obsessed with doing everything he possibly could to enhance his ability to compete that, like, I do think while Michael Jordan was as competitive as Kobe, I don't think he put in as much to it that Kobe did. So I think Kobe Bryant's, like, his mindset, his drive, his willingness or whatever to accept nothing else but excellence and to make his singular drive and pursuit being the best basketball player he could possibly be, I'd say his mindset is second to no one ever, which is why he's become so synonymous now with the Mamba mentality, which is that mindset to be better every day than each day, be better than you were the day before, etc., to maximize your own ability and potential to whatever degree you can. So, I mean, Mr. Mace, I'm with you. That's why the Kobe mindset is part of the conversation. Connor mentioned that no one that argues Kobe and LeBron doesn't bring up the mindset. Yes, it is part of the conversation and part of the case for Kobe, but it's just a difficult one to prove. I guess that is my point. And I don't need it. That's my other point. Like, while, yes, it's part of the conversation and why part of the reason why Kobe's better than LeBron, I don't need it. I don't need to use that to be part of my conversation or part of my defense or my case as to why Kobe's better than LeBron. I can build the case without it. So that's why I don't typically generate or bring up that point when I'm talking with known bronzexuals. Karthik Shankar 1 back in again. Thank you so much, Karthik Shankar. And thank all of you guys for finding me no matter what or when I come on here. I really do appreciate you guys obviously having those notifications on and supporting me every step of the way. I appreciate it. We are almost at 100,000 subscribers. So thank you guys, all of you. Gary, what is this most recent question or comment here from Karthik Shankar 1?
LeBron trying to tell the world how winning his 5th ring with 3 NBA All-Stars, a former MVP, Finals MVP, made him the GOAT is going to be pure cinema.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, Karthik, because that's what he's going to try to do. Like, if he does win this year or next year, if they do win, that is exactly what he's going to do. Like, he's going to try to paint that as some kind of an accomplishment or achievement for him. Fine. When you fail or if you don't deliver, that's going to have to be obviously a negative commentary on him as well. And of course, they will try to shimmy their way out of that as well. That will also be pure cinema. Like, look at me. I did this. I brought this to you. I got you all over the hump. But if you fail, well, don't look at me at all. Like, this wasn't what I'm 42 years old. Like, what about you guys? Like, this isn't on me at all. Like, that is the hilarious irony and the hypocrisy of the LeBron sniffers and lickers. Like, it's just absolutely crazy, Gary. It really is. We've got
then it's house money.
Exactly. It is. It really is. They've been playing with house money for 23 years now. We've got the Green Dawn 34 back in again today. Thank you so much. Skap, the GOAT list NBA 2K26 game. You'll see LeBron James ranked second ahead of Kobe Bryant. Even the game is disrespecting Kobe. That's nothing new, Green Dawn. We know that LeBron James, through the myriad of young social media fans that he has speaking loudly, through the jock-sniffing, sycophantic media members like that write for Bleacher Report, and in no small to no small degree, in and of its own right, his own brand Clutch, which has been peddling that narrative as well for years and years and years. They collectively, all of them, have brought us to a point in time where the reality is the consensus for LeBron James is number 2 all time. Those that know, though, that he ain't number 2. Again, I don't think he sniffs Mount Rushmore, in my own humble opinion. And I will go on continuing to make that case for the rest of the time that I draw breath on this blue and green orb that is rotating the sun. So, but simultaneously, Green Dawn 34, also what I've come to expect and understand is people are just going to have to slander and disrespect Kobe Bryant because he overlapped LeBron's playing time and he's better. He's better. So how can LeBron be number 2 all time if he's not even number 1 in his own era? So yes, the Kobe slander is going to wage on, of course, Green Dawn 34, but I'm here for that too. I'm here to combat that shit as well. And again, I'll keep doing that again, as long as I draw breath on this little planet we call Earth. Next in, we've got Fernali is back. And again, another regular. Appreciate you. And I appreciate this very generous donation that you have bestowed upon us here today. Gary, what is the question or comment from Fernali?
LeBron and Ronaldo benefit from endless GOAT debates. Constant comparison anchors them at number 2, even though Messi and Jordan are clearly number 1. Ronaldo is closer to number 4 and 5, and LeBron isn't top 5.
I mean, I agree with all of that. I don't know much about football, not the NFL football, but the global football, soccer. I don't know much about it, but I personally don't think that Ronaldo is in the GOAT mix. I think it's probably pretty clearly Messi at this point. And to me, the basketball conversation is fairly cut and dry. It's Jordan. And to me, it's pretty clearly Jordan. But if you want to argue that it's someone other than Jordan, I do think there are people that present a case. Even though I personally have Kobe Bryant at number 2, I think the other potential GOATs, and I've talked about this in the past, would be Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem, because he actually does have the best resume. Like the thing that the LeBron stands try to argue LeBron has, Kareem actually has. Like he's top 3 in points, rebounds, and blocks all time. He's been to 10 finals. He's won 6 of them. He has the most MVPs in NBA history with 6. So like that's the best total resume in my opinion. So if you want to just say just total black and white, cut and dry resume, you can make a case for Kareem. And then if you want to say Bill Russell is the greatest winner ever, 11 and 13 years, boom, you can say he's your GOAT because he's the best, greatest winner. And if individual excellence, dominance, whatever, unstoppability, statistical anomalies, like if that is how you want to gauge basketball greatness or whatever, it's Wilt the Stilt, obviously, who is probably the most dominant individual specimen to ever grace a basketball floor. And his stats are insane. So like you can make a case for him too. Other than that, the greatest peak, the best totality of packaging, the greatest score, offensive threat in Jordan, coupled with one of the 10 best defenders ever, probably, and maybe the greatest perimeter defender ever. Like, it's obviously you can make an easy case for Michael Jordan as well. So, like, those are the 4 dudes. LeBron ain't sniffing those 4 dudes, in my opinion, in terms of a case or an overall way to generate a GOAT debate or conversation or build a case for. I just don't see it. I don't believe it. But hey, there's people out there that have been doing it for years and years and that will continue doing it for the rest of time, I think, Fernali. And I'll be here talking about it in my own way and hopefully rejecting the premise along my way of that. We've got Old Goal Wabag. I did my best. I'll just go with Wabag because I'm pretty sure that's how you say that. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry for massacring your handle. I appreciate you joining the conversation and providing us with this very generous donation. Gary, what is the question or comment from Wabag?
How long do you think it would take for Clutch Sports and his fans to throw the whole team under the bus when their king underperforms?
I think it will take till a playoff failure. I think they'll be patient in the regular season. They'll understand that throwing together this collection of players, Jaylen Brown, a massive contributor, a massive usage rate guy that is going to need to be integrated in now, and LeBron. I think that during the regular season, ups and downs, whatever, bygones will be bygones. But in the playoffs, if some humiliating flame out or failure, which to me certainly would be anything less than an Eastern Conference Finals run, and more realistically, an NBA Finals run, probably there will be some clutch memo that will be pumped out to produce some running narrative that, yes, the organization, the fans, whatever, the players, like everybody to blame, of course, but their king, LeBron James. Next, and we welcome in Travis P. 2850. What's up, Travis? Welcome into you. Thanks for being here. LeBron would have got a 5th ring if he went to Cleveland. Now it's over. Well, Travis, I don't agree with that. I mean, Cleveland was in the Eastern Conference Finals, but to me, they got a little bit of a lucky pathway. They got the bracket broke perfectly for them, and then they got washed out, like just humiliated by the New York Knicks. Yes, they were up, 20 in game 1, but after that, the Knicks just worked them. So like they missed a lot of good opponents, I think, along the way that could have put up a good fight against them. Then they get swept by the New York Knicks. I mean, I don't think that he was winning a ring going to Cleveland. I certainly don't think he's winning a ring going to Philly. But on paper, the Philly move makes more sense for LeBron. It's a bigger swing. There's better players. So I understand why the King Coward decided to take his talents to Philly instead of Cleveland. I don't think ultimately he would have won a championship any of those places. If he really wanted to win a championship, he should have probably went to, I don't know, like Houston or Denver, or like he can't go to the Thunder or the Spurs. He can't. They're the number 1 and 2 favorites. He couldn't have gone there. So like if he wanted to win a championship, he should have went to like Houston or Denver or something like that, or maybe Minnesota, like someplace that he could viably compete with. But again, those places are all in the West. So I understand, again, the King Coward. I understand his desire to get out of the West and get back East. The Philly move makes a lot of sense from LeBron's standpoint. From my standpoint looking in, it makes little sense to me because he's going to fail, and then it's going to look like a massive monumental failure because the swing is such a big swing. We've got Xavier DeGod up again. Welcome in, Xavier. Welcome back in. Remember, Sixers had the next LeBron in Ben Simmons. That's true. And also a very mentally tough player in Ben Simmons. So maybe Ben, so I'm sorry, I almost said Bum Simmons. I mean, maybe Ben Simmons will want to come back. I mean, he's probably got plenty left in the old tank. I mean, how old is Ben Simmons? Is he even 30 years old? Let me check it out here. He is 30. He was born on July 20th. So he literally just turned 30 4 days ago. And I think, honestly, he is on the Clutch roster. I think he is part of Clutch Sports. Rich Paul is his agent. So hell, maybe we could get Ben Simmons back on the Sixers. The next LeBron could play with the current LeBron, and LeBron could mentor Ben and teach him his ways of mental toughness. And then Ben Simmons will be more equipped mentally to hang on in the NBA a little bit longer this time. I think we just put something together there, Gary and Xavier to God. I
Ben
like it.
definitely has the Clutch mindset.
He does.
He's got that in droves.
Yeah. 100%. Stump 4522. Welcome in, Stump. Welcome back in, another regular here on the show. I appreciate it. Seeing the Raptors, Knicks, Celtics, maybe knocking out 76ers in the playoffs will be chef's kiss next season. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would like to see a first round matchup, Gary, with either the Hornets or the Hawks and the Sixers. I think that would be a scrumptious little series because, obviously the Sixers would be immensely favored in that series. And I think those two young teams will have no fear of the Sixers, and they have the pieces, the requisite rosters, I think, to really compete and give them a lot of trouble. And then once a team starts beating your ass that's not supposed to compete with you, then you start choking because the pressure starts seizing you when everyone's turning on you and the fans are like, why are the Atlanta Hawks beating our asses right now? Then people that have a proclivity or a penchant to choking really ratchet up that gag reflex at that point. So I could see the Sixers flaming out in a first round matchup if the matchup is right. So that would be, honestly, if the Sixers lose in the first round of the playoffs, that would be maybe the most hilarious failure yet for LeBron. So he keeps amazing us, Gary. He keeps taking our breath away even into year 24. That would be a way to outdo all of his other failures and laughable choke jobs. If this team goes on and loses in the first round, that might take the cake. And although it will be tough to overcome the 2011 finals against the Mavericks, but that would maybe rival it. So fingers crossed that we get the right matchup in the playoffs. All right, next in Xavier DeGod, back in yet again. Sixers lose Joel. We'll say this isn't Cavs or Heat Braun. I mean, look, you've got to factor that in. Joel Embiid played 38 games last year. He's barely cleared 50 or 40 some after his MVP year. He's older now. I mean, he's 32, 33 now. I mean, you've got to factor that in if you are the basketball genius that LeBron is and his sage super agent, Rich Paul. You've got to be factoring in the fact that Joel Embiid likely ain't going to play more than half the games in the regular season and very realistically won't be available for the playoffs. They still thought that was the best destination. So let's play ball, guys. Will N8664 back in. Ladiddy putting a new meaning to City of Brotherly Love. Yikes. I'll let you guys read into that or infer what potentially Will N8664 might be referring to there. I won't touch that one on this family-friendly platform. Xavier DeGod, meanwhile, it seems like every other one is from him. Xavier, thank you so much for your continued support here and generosity. Of course, interesting, Kobe was born in Philly as well. Yep, I talked about that. It's like LeBron keeps taking Kobe's sloppy seconds here. Let me go live in Kobe's shadow in LA, and now let me go do it in Philadelphia. Bron, why don't you go home? Philly's Kobe's home. Why don't you go back to Northeast Ohio, who you have all of this love for, according to his little social media post where he stabbed him in the back for a third time now in his illustrious career. Stump 4522 joins us next, or I should say, again, welcome back, Stump. When Embiid said trust the process, he meant teaming up with old man Braun. We're still firmly in the era of the process. They got Tyrese Maxey in the draft, a tremendous talent and a great ascending talent that we have now, one of the great stars in the NBA. They get Jaylen Brown from trade. Now they get LeBron James. It's the process. It's all still working, guys. See, look, it's not a failure. It's steps to success. So Joel Embiid losing in the second round or the first or second round all of these years, it wasn't failure. It was just steps to get here where Jaylen Brown and LeBron James could join the team. See, guys, we're still trusting the process all these years later. You thought it was over. Silly you. We're still firmly in the era of the process, guys. Great point, Stump. We've got Ric Flair in next, the legend. What's up, legend? Space Mountain Woo. Welcome into you. LeBron to the 76ers is worse than me being part of Immortal when I was TNA. Yes, that's a part of your career, I'm sure, legend, Mr. Flair, that you don't want to look back on. And I think that this, to draw some kind of an analogy to that, this is going to be a chapter in LeBron's career that he's not going to want to look back on when it's all said and done. I think this one will go about as good as that one went for you, Mr. Flair. But I appreciate you, as always, Space Mountain Woo, being here and supporting us and the show. Adidas 20 is in next. What's up, Adidas 20? Let's see if Philly can run the four-play system. Yeah, we'll see, because LeBron obviously didn't like the sound of being a third option in Tinseltown behind Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. How do you think he's going to feel about being the fourth option behind Maxey, Brown, and Joel Embiid? We might have LeBron actually trying to intentionally injure Joel Embiid. We might have a Tanya Harding type scenario. Like, we're going to have to track Bronny's cell phone and figure out where he was the day that someone clubbed Joel Embiid in the knee, because he might be trying to intentionally get Joel injured so he can become the third option on that team. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what they try running in Philly. I'll be watching all year. I can't wait. I will be signing up early for my league pass and watching all of those 76ers games. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at this. I can't even say this handle. This is X-rated handle stuff here. I'm going to take the handle down. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to take thank you. Gary, please read the question or comment. I just don't want that handle up on anymore. But thank you for being here, for listening, for supporting the show, and for your donation. Gary, what is the question or comment from that very X-rated kind of handle there?
Philly is the type of town to chant PEDS whenever LeChoke touches the ball if he doesn't play defense. Fingers crossed.
I agree with you, Mr. Fiend. I'll just call you Mr. Fiend. Yes, Philly, trust me, as someone who lived again in that city for several years, who still is in that city several times a year, every year, they are the kind of fan base that will cannibalize you in an instant. Like, whenever things go wrong, they will turn on a dime. So I'm looking, that's obviously another fun dynamic that we can throw in the mix for next season to keep an eye out on. Fernali, meanwhile, is back in. Welcome back, Fernali. Any special video for when you hit 100K subs? I don't have anything specifically planned for Nolly, but there will be something. Probably I will do a live stream and have a special video. The live stream will likely be, maybe I'll do a video announcing the live stream, which will be just like a you guys fan appreciation, like join me. I'll talk about, it's not going to be anything else other than me talking to you guys, engaging with you, answering questions, etc. Something, yes, there will be something. I don't know exactly what. I still am 1,500 subs behind, which that could take me a while. I'm right now at this point of my channel existence, averaging only about 1,000 to 1,500 subs gained a month. And this is now the NBA offseason. So it could take me another couple months before I hit it. But yes, I don't have anything special specifically planned. There will, though, be something special. Thank you for asking. And hopefully I'm wrong and I get there sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Stump Again, you guys, we'll go back to back with Stump, who's already been in here like 30 times. It's always La Sunny in Philadelphia. Tremendous show. One of my favorite all-time comedies. I love that show. I haven't seen all of it. I've only seen about half of the series. It's something that's on my queue to get back and watch the totality of it. And again, I'm fond of Philly. I loved my time there and living there. And I will be very firmly rooting against them for their demise, their clownish and hilarious demise for the next 2 years. I respect them very little for making this pitch and begging him to come to town. And I won't mind talking trash on them for the next 365 to whatever, 700 plus some days. And then after that, I'll go back to being a fan of Philly. Go ahead, Gary.
And let's not forget the trash talk Jaylen Brown was talking about Embiid right after they got eliminated in round one.
Called him a flopper, said he was flopping all over the floor. Yeah.
So now you bring LeBron, who's also divisive, into the mix. I just don't see Embiid, Jaylen Brown, and LeBron all gelling well together in perfect harmony.
It's going to be, I mean, Gary, but they wanted it. Like I saw on some, iShow Speed guy, his podcast or his live stream, he was at a World Cup game and Jaylen Brown was there. And Jaylen Brown's like, yo, LeBron's coming. Like, give LeBron a shout out. Tell him to pull up to Philly. Like, we know Joel Embiid was probably oiled up, working all over LeBron's social media or whatever, or calling LeBron, sexting LeBron to come to town. So, like, we know for whatever reason, these players still fall for it. Like, they still want him. They're still actively engaged in trying to recruit him. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But LeBron fell for it. He obviously liked all of the sexting that he was getting from these players in Philadelphia. And I think all of them, he and the fan base, are going to live to regret all of it. And again, I will be here laughing as the house burns down around them. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Always looks great on paper. Yeah. Much better on paper than it will execution-wise.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and that's typical of LeBron pairings. Like, LeBron builds these teams and then they have to sort it out after year one and figure out what else they need viably. So, and LeBron doesn't, it's not like he has a ton of time left. The guy's going to be 42 in December.
Jay, I can't hold it. I want to be teleported to April. Let's go on live right now and report the 76ers choking. I can't wait to April. I need it now.
Oh, boy, Gary, could you imagine the live streams we'll have? Because Philly will probably go. They probably will go fairly deep, even though I think there is, like I said, a reality where they lose in the first round. But they very well could be playing for like a month. We will have such a wealth of live stream footage and materials and things to talk about in the playoffs next year. My goodness. We got to a point where we were hitting 1,000, as many as 2,000 on a couple. We might hit like 4,000 or 5,000 on some of those post-game streams next year. Can't wait. Yeah.
Can't wait.
We've got, meanwhile, Stump 45-22 back in. 4 out of 25 is a bus rider number. It certainly ain't a winner number. It certainly ain't a GOAT number. That's for damn sure. And 4 out of 11 or 12 in the actual final series, that might look even worse when you look at all of the all-time greats, what they do when they get into that series. We've got Blue Red Master 55 is in next. Thank you, Blue Red Master, and welcome into you. OKC Philadelphia 76ers NBA Finals. SGA saves us. That, look, like I said, the Thunder are feeling good about themselves right now. They're like, thank God. Like, if we get into the NBA Finals, we won't have like 49 of the states in the United States of America rooting against us anymore. We'll have 49 of the states rooting for us and pulling for us. So, yeah, whoever the Sixers play in every round, whether it be in the East or the ultimate NBA Finals, of course, the vast consensus of the United States of America will be firmly rooting for whatever team is playing against them. So yes, it's going to be a hilarious. Again, I don't know why he does this to himself. It's like the Miami Heat decision all over again. One of the most hated on decisions moves ever in sports history. The thing that really made LeBron hateable for the first time, the Heat decision, he just replicated it now in his final run or in his last dance situation. just such a stupid decision, but hell, I like it. Go ahead, Gary.
Do you think Jared McCain's going to be able to out-twerk LeBron?
Maybe. It's possible. It's too bad he's not. Too bad they traded. He could have still been on Philly. Too bad they didn't. Too bad they traded him to OKC. Yeah, that'll be a funny little matchup for sure. We've got Wolfsbane back in. Unless you're John Havlicek, 9-0 in the finals. Yeah, I mean Havlicek. Look, any guy that played in the Celtics era, if you will, the dynastic Celtics era. Now I know he didn't play on all of those teams. Let me see when he won his last one. I want to say that John Havlicek was into the last one in the 70s. He won his last one in 76, so mid 70s. But he won 2 more in the 70s. So he won one in 74 and 76, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them came in. 6 of his 8 titles came in that 60s, the Celtics dynastic era. There's a lot of guys who have a very, very good finals resume that was playing on those 60s Celtics teams. There's no doubt about that. Stump is back in again. LaForty, think this is the old weak East of his era. Old man LeBron going to have a rude awakening. The East has become more competitive since his LA tenure. Very true. The 2 best teams in the NBA are in the West, the Thunder and the Spurs. Ultimately, one of the 2 teams I expect to win the NBA championship this year, the Thunder or the Spurs, are both in the West. But you can make a case that the East, top to bottom, like 1 through 8 or 10, the East is actually better, more compelling, more competitive than the West. I mean, who's the 3rd best team in the West right now? Is it Minnesota maybe? Is it Denver maybe? Is it Houston maybe? Who knows? There's a big drop off.
Lakers.
Is it the Lakers maybe? Sure. There's a big drop off from 1 and 2 to the rest. Now, and those teams are still pretty good, but the East is every bit as competitive and compelling, and they have the defending NBA champions as well in the New York Knicks. So the East ain't no slouch right now. It's not the Eastern Conference that it was when LeBron was getting fat on them back in his heyday. So this could be, Stump, to your point, a pretty rude awakening for His Highness. Go ahead, Gary.
Bro, like 25% of the league has shifted since the Knicks Spurs live stream coverage we did. Like I'd say a good quarter of the league. It is shifted. Movement. A
lot of movement. Good point. Crazy summer, obviously. This was the final big domino we've been waiting to see. Obviously, some of these other things are going to get sorted out now that LeBron has finally graced us with his decision. And who knows, there might be some more movement. Peyton Watson is still lingering out there. He hasn't committed to the Nuggets. He hasn't been traded or signed an offer sheet anywhere else. Neither has Jalen Duren. So there's a lot of stuff still to sort out. But this obviously is one of the bigger dominoes that we've been waiting for. We've got Tua Reg 8311. Sorry, Tua. I appreciate you being here. Sorry, I had to really investigate that handle. Tua Reg 8311. Tua says, what do you think the private comments among 76ers players in the private chat are like right now? Look, Tua, probably celebratory. Like they've obviously all been begging LeBron in that chat to come to town. And now LeBron is going to take his talents there. So I'm sure it's just a big love fest between he and them. And they think they're obviously going to compete for and probably win at least one championship in the next 2 years. But I think they're going to be in for a rude awakening when we actually get into the postseason. But again, I know all of us will be breathlessly anticipating that. We've got a long way to go. Still 3 months before the season even begins, and even longer before we get into those playoffs. Quantum Answer is back in again. What's up, Quantum Answer? I thank you so much. A beautiful avatar you have there, by the way. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Gary, what is the question or comment this time from Quantum Answer?
I think this choice was heavily influenced by where he made agreement to play his way. Seems to me like Cleveland and Miami just wasn't up for Le System, and Philly was, hence the time it took. He won't give up stats.
I mean, that's speculative at this point, Quantum, but a very good educated guess nonetheless, because you're right. LeBron didn't look, he accepted, begrudgingly so, accepted his role last year ultimately to become the third option, but he didn't like it. And he went kicking and screaming the whole way, from what I understand from intel behind the scenes and close to the situation in the Laker locker room. So, obviously this guy doesn't want to just be, the third or fourth option, which is what we obviously think he should be looking at the roster in Philadelphia. But look, if Philadelphia offered him something different, and that was the conversation that was had, well, buckle up, Philadelphia, because it's going to be stormy this season for sure, because you might have one expectation, but when you've got Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown competing with you for shots, it might look like something altogether different, and LeBron might not be happy then with his role on Philly. So, and Jaylen Brown might not be happy with his role. Remember, Jaylen Brown basically got traded because he didn't want to be second fiddle to Tatum. So now you've got all these other mouths to feed: Maxey, Joel Embiid, now LeBron James. This, again, I keep saying it over and over again. I sound like a broken record, but this has the potential to go horribly wrong, and I think it probably will. We've got Luis PG 8523. What's up, Luis? Welcome in. I appreciate you for being here and for your continued support of us. I thank you very much for that. LBJ has 4 championships. 2 come with huge asterisks based on biased officiating in 2016 and weakened opponents due to COVID-19 safety protocols in 2020. And Gary would have you know the 2012 championship as well, marred by suspect officiating as well. So, and then, look, there's no asterisk, I guess, on that Spurs championship in 2013, but look, they were up 5 with 26 seconds left in Game 6 when Chris Bosh and Ray Allen absolutely bailed them out. So, I mean, none of those rings, none of the 4 rings are very impressive, particularly. And again, this is a guy who's going to have 24, 25 cracks at it. And the best he could do is these 4 questionably suspect-looking rings. Again, not GOAT-type material, in my opinion. We've got the Human Fund CEO is in next, George Costanza. I should know that he would not miss the opportunity to be here, obviously, and I love the Costanza avatar there. Gary, I'm going to turn this one over to you and let you read it.
Skap Gary, where are the LaFlop fans after this move? I thought he said rings don't matter, guys. And Seinfeld, what is Phil Totola's iconic move? And real quick, while you're thinking that over, just a message to Luis in the chat. I'm putting my video, I'm linking it up to the finals I cover over to 2012, where I feel like they robbed OKC, so you guys can see firsthand for yourself. Okay, now back to your Seinfeld.
Well, first of all, yes.
Is that his correct name? Phil Totola? Wasn't it? Is that the guy who hit Kramer? That bullied?
No, Gary. Unfortunately, look, this is a family-friendly show. Obviously, I don't want to get into sexually explicit content or anything like that.
Wait, are we talking about the swirl?
No, I'm pretty sure Phil Totola, Gary, in one of my favorite exchanges. And look, George, if you're still on Human Fun CEO, let me know if I'm right here. I'm pretty sure that's the guy who took it out in the car with Elaine, right? So a hilarious conversation where Elaine's laying it out with Jerry, where Elaine takes her glasses off and she's like, he took it out. And Jerry's like, he took what out? And Elaine says, it. And Jerry's like, what? And Elaine takes her glasses off. He took it out. So
Human Fun confirms you're correct.
Human Fun confirm. So I'm still Human Fun. I respect the hustle on these questions. These are incredibly specific and pretty difficult questions you're pulling. But again, I hope I'm impressing you, George Costanza, with my knowledge of Seinfeld, of the source material. I am probably the biggest Seinfeld fan on earth, humbly. I would suggest that. So
what's the name of the guy who wanted to fight Kramer? I'm getting his name mixed up with Phil Totola.
The guy who the guy who jumps off of the balcony dressed as a clown. He's a recurring character too. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Doesn't the last name something similar?
Crazy Joe Davola is the
Davola,
guy.
Totola. Okay, see, they're similar, so I got them mixed up. Okay, yes.
Yeah, Crazy Joe Davola, who is a recurring character and who is, and it's actually, he tries to fight Jerry. He jumps off of the balcony as well. That's a funny where he dresses as a clown. Anyway, great question, Human Fun CEO. Thank you as always for being here, George Costanza. I'm always humbled to see you being a part of the show here. I appreciate it. We've got Ward Foray. I tried my best, Ward. I'll just go with Ward 7279. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your generous donation. I appreciate it. Gary, what is the question or comment here from Ward?
Why are you surprised that LeBrick went to the 76ers? It is not a risky move. 76ers has the most superstars in the NBA, and if he doesn't win, well, no harm, no foul, since they haven't won anyway. I don't think he's talking directly to you because you weren't surprised by it. I wasn't surprised. I think he's talking in general.
Well, no, but I do. It is, look, to the LeBron stan base, it's not risky, sure, because they're going to make every excuse in the book if they fail. But I do think it is a risky move in the standpoint that to everybody else, it will look really, really bad if he now goes to this team, which was already loaded. Now they're the third odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship, the odds-on favorite to win the East. If he goes there and they flame out and don't even get to the finals, it's going to look bad. So that will allow us to have additional ammunition to attack his overall legacy with. I think it is a risky move, though. Again, he probably is banking that they're too big to fail, that they have too much talent, and that the talent is just going to win out. I don't think we're in that time in the NBA right now. I think you need to have some kind of unity as a team and be together in some, like, look at the Knicks. They're an actual team that beat, I think, a more talented, yes, they weren't ready yet in the Spurs, but look at a team that with the Spurs that are a team, that are an organically built team, and they couldn't even overcome a really like firmly entrenched Knicks veteran-laden team. Like, how do you think the 76ers now are going to be able to compete with that? That they're just throwing all these low character guys in the mix that all need the ball. I just don't think, I think it's a pending disaster for Philadelphia, and I love it. I love to see it. I can't wait to see more. Like I said, NBA League Pass will definitely be on my TV and computer and mobile device come this fall. You can bank on that. We've got Steven Salt 9926 is up next. Steven, thank you so much for your very kind and generous donation. I appreciate you very much. Gary, can you read this? Whatever the question or comment is from Steven that accompanies his, again, very generous donation. Thank you for that, Steven.
Florida man Skap. I was born and raised in Pennsylvania, and I've always been a Lakers fan, never limited myself by location for my favorite teams. However, the 76ers are my Eastern Conference team. Damn, I just cannot escape this man.
Steven, I'm sorry. Condolences. Like, it's one thing for like Roland, who came on earlier and was yelling at me because he's got to put up with LeBron now. Look, it's one thing for the Philly fans who now have to go into recess and avoid rooting for their team for 2 years. But you are now going to have a decade of this guy ruining your teams because you're a Laker guy and a Sixers guy. So like Steven, I am so very sorry. My condolences. Obviously, my thoughts and prayers are with you tonight. LeBron has now hijacked your teams for a decade now when it's all said and done. And I too was I came up a Lakers guy, being, again, I was in Pittsburgh primarily, lived in Pittsburgh for 18, 19 years roughly, lived in the center part of the state for 5-6 years when I was in college at Penn State. Then I moved to Philadelphia for 5 years. then back to Pittsburgh before ultimately winding up in Florida. So I've been all over the state of Pennsylvania, and I am now renouncing my allegiances and my ties to the state of PA, because they have just declared a LeBron Day in the state. So I want no part of that. I will now become the Florida man that I am, Stephen. And yes, hopefully your nightmarish decade run ends sooner rather than later. Next, let me welcome in my good friend, Stefan Piscano. What is up, my friend? Shout out to you. Welcome into you. Many thanks to you for your continued support, generosity, and just to the relationship. I really do appreciate the friendship, and I appreciate our conversations. I did two different podcasts now with Stefan. One is up on his YouTube page. Go find that. And finally, shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners as well. Anybody looking to plan a getaway should obviously look in to Vacation Wealth Partners. Gary, what is this? I'm guessing it's probably more of a comment from our guy Stefan here.
Wow. I never expected this, only because it's such an obvious ring chase, sissy, weak move. But I forgot sissy rule number 1. Never underestimate his ability to do the weakest move possible and the media's ability to cover it up for him. Hashtag Philly 4 and Sixers.
Yep, here we come. And I'm with you. I am surprised, Gary. I am surprised. Like I thought it'd be Cleveland all along. Like I thought during the year, I thought LA or Cleveland. During the summer, I thought Cleveland, maybe Golden State. I think Minnesota or Philly really would have surprised me. I understand it from a standpoint of they've got really great talent on those teams, but it just looks so utterly soft and pathetic and such a ring-chasing maneuver. And if they fail, it's going to be another ridiculous failure to stack on to this growing heap and pile of failures for LeBron. So I really am surprised that he chose this pathway. But you're right. I mean, or I should say Stefan's right. To your point, Stefan, through LeBron James, through the King, all things are possible. We need to forget everything we've learned. Like just imagine that the most pathetic imaginable move or decision will be the one that LeBron James executes, because, well, why not? It's what he's been doing for 15 plus years and counting now, probably even more. Since his 7th year in the league, he's going to play in 25 years. So like basically 70% of his career, 2/3 of his career, just ducking all the smoke, taking all of the talent, trying to cheat his way to as many cheapy little rings as he can. Stefan, you're right. We should not. We should not have been surprised. Gary obviously wasn't. But yeah, it's just wild. Stefan, thank you so much though for your very robust and generous donation here. And guys, you guys should, again, please check out his YouTube channel. Check out our long form conversation, which was over an hour. And I look forward to having another conversation with you sometime very soon, my friend. Next in is Rand Moss 45 joining us. Another regular. Thank you, Rand Moss 45. I appreciate you and your support. Gary, what does Rand Moss have for us here?
Knowing LeCrap, I bet he waited till after the World Cup was over so he could have all the media attention when joining his new team.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess it's, look, he gets the weekend cycle. I'm surprised he waited till a Friday. I'm surprised he didn't make it like Sunday at midnight. So then like all of the shows open up, on like Monday, first thing, like LeBron, everything LeBron. So I'm surprised it's a Friday, but I guess he gets like the unimpeded or uninterrupted weekend cycle now for everybody to talk about. And of course, shows aren't what they used to be. We know, like, it's not like you can only see what these guys have to say or think by tuning in at for a half an hour time on ESPN. Like, these guys are on social media. Obviously, they have their own channels and footprints. They're going to be talking about it endlessly, like I will. I'll be working on a video here shortly whenever I get off of this now 4-hour and 18-minute live stream. And then I've got another conversation with Connor later tonight. So yes, I too will be talking about it for the next couple days. But Rand, you're probably right. He probably wanted to get because the World Cup was big. It drew a lot of eyes. It was very popular. And I think he probably, of course, LeBron wanted all of the attention on him as always. We've got Tyler Freeman, 1974 is up next. Tyler, thank you. Welcome into you. If I were an NBA star, I would not want to be LeBron's teammate. Look at D-Wade, Chris Bosh, Ray Allen, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and Anthony Davis. Yes, 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 yes. The list goes on and on and on. Russell Westbrook, Tyler Freeman. It doesn't go well for other star players when they play with LeBron James. It never has, and it's not like it's going to start now as he's going to be 42 years old in his 24th season. It's just ridiculous why these players help to facilitate these moves, why these players endorse and co-sign these moves. Why, Jaylen Brown, were you whining about Jason Tatum and sharing the ball with him? Now you drop into a lineup with Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid, and you're schmoozing LeBron James to come to town too? It doesn't make any sense to me. But hell, they're not catching on, so they deserve everything they get. All of the scapegoating and bad will that they get, and all the negative criticisms that they get when they fail because it can't be LeBron, they deserve it. You asked for it. Remember that. We've got Blue Red Master 55 back in for yet another swing here. Welcome in, Blue Red Master. I appreciate it. OKC 76ers. NBA, so Thunder, Sixers, NBA Finals. SGA, save us, please. Yes, see, here we go. This is exactly, I'm telling you, the Thunder and Shea are like, yes. Like, finally, the whole world doesn't hate us anymore because of LeBron. So, yeah, I'm with you. And even I will be rooting full-heartedly first I'll be rooting for the Thunder to lose in the West. Like, I'll just root for them to be out. But if they get to the finals, obviously, I'll be like I was rooting against the Warriors to make it to the finals when they had Kevin Durant. But when they got into the finals, obviously, I was rooting for them. So same deal. I'll be a big SGA and Thunder fan if that's the matchup we get. I got to think it's going to be the Spurs, though, is the matchup that we're going to get in the NBA Finals. But who knows? A lot still to happen. We're still 3 months away from the tip. Still things to happen this offseason, so we got to keep our eyes on a couple more things and moving pieces. Samson, the current, meanwhile, is in yet again. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you.
The newest episode, the season debut for It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Next episode is The Gang Adds the Narcissist. Cue Always Sunny theme.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. It's gonna be that is a great. You know what? I wouldn't put it past the cast of all. I think Always Sunny is still a running show, is it not, Gary?
I think so. I'll double check that, but go ahead with your thought.
I wouldn't put it past those guys. They draw a lot of guests. I wouldn't put it past them trying to get LeBron James to do a show. And LeBron has been in several movies. Trainwreck, obviously Space Jams. I think LeBron would eat that up, and I think they would do it. I think
Absolutely.
now it won't be The Gang Adds the Narcissist. It will be like The Gang Adds the GOAT or something like that.
Right.
And I wouldn't put it past, like, I could see that show being actually something that they shoot and execute. That's funny.
It is still running.
Great show, by the way. I hope they don't bring LeBron on because I love the show. And I do want to get caught up on that. So hopefully they don't do that show. But I could see them doing something like that.
Remember when someone said that you remind them kind of Dennis?
Yes.
I've had someone say I remind them of Charlie as well.
I kind of see both of those. And honestly, my own sister thinks that I remind her of Dennis too. So yes, I do get that. I do get that a lot of the time, and I can see it. All right, we've got Arami, I think. What do you think, Gary? Can you help me out with this pronunciation?
I'm not sure either. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I would say Arami. I would say Arami 229, but that's probably butchering it.
All right, Arami. We'll go with Arami 229. Sorry, if we have just slaughtered this handle. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your generous support here. He says there was a leak weeks ago where LeBum's daughter enrolled in a Philly school. So LeBum and Clutch knew for weeks, but delayed until after the World Cup clown. Yeah, I could absolutely see that being the case, as we just talked about, because he wants the totality of the news cycle and the attention to be constantly on him, because he is, as we know, the narcissist. Go ahead, Gary.
So that means that he did accidentally give it away at Fanatics Fest when he kept saying, trust the process. And then, then that revved the crowd up. And he was like, no, guys, I've been saying that since I was drafted, which could be true. But he actually was trolling them by saying that, if this is in fact true, what Arami is saying.
And who knows? I don't know what to I don't know what to believe from some of those sources, though, about that see, oh, so-and-so's at the airport going to catch a plane to this city or whatever, or so-and-so took their kids on a tour of a school or whatever. Like, I don't know what to believe, but if that is the case, then he obviously did know and just waited and sat on it for whatever, for spite to Adam Silver, for pressuring him to make the decision, just for his own narcissism, for wanting to, command that kind of attention for this amount of time, or just waiting for the World Cup to finally play out. Who knows? Maybe all of those things together being true. None of it would surprise me. Nothing surprised me anymore when it comes to LeBron James. We've got BZ6 is back in yet again. BZ, welcome into you. Welcome back into you. Thank you. Thoughts on KD possibly joining the Pistons? I don't know. I think Houston's going to run it back. It was an ill-fated year. Fred VanVleet got hurt in last July. So he was out all year. They basically didn't have like a feasible point guard that could set the table, so to speak. I respect the kid. I'm drawing a blank on the defensive point guard stud. Not is it Amen Thompson? Not Asar is on the Pistons. Amen is on Houston. So I respect him as an athlete, as a defender, as a prospect, but I don't think that he had the requisite point guard skills to facilitate and to lead that offense. And that's not what KD does, quite frankly. Honestly, they tried to play point forward through Şengün, but like he had a kind of a step back sort of season to me last year. So look, I think it was a doomed year to begin with when in July Fred VanVleet got hurt. They lost Steven Adams then halfway through the year, their starting center. And then Kevin Durant himself played only one game in the playoffs. So that was, to me, just an ill-fated, doomed year from the beginning. But that lineup is still an elite lineup. They have the makings to be a great defensive lineup to me. And I personally think that they are not going to cut bait and run and trade Durant after 1 year. I think they want to get into the playoffs with a real look at it. So I don't think Durant is going anywhere. We are now nearing August. I think the move would have been made already if they were going to trade him in advance of the year. So, or the season beginning. So I just don't see it happening. I think, sure, it would be a good fit probably for both Durant and the Pistons. The Pistons might be the odds-on favorite then at that point if they got Durant and we knew that he would be available in the playoffs, because the Pistons are a crazy good defensive team and Cade Cunningham is crazy great, but they just need that one other like effective half-court scorer, which is Kevin Durant, is one of the best in the business, one of the best that there's ever been in just being an efficient half-court scorer. So I think it would be a good fit for both of those of player and organization. I just don't see it actually happening. We've got Game Stover is in next. What's up, Stover? Oh boy. Oh my. This is, when I read the name, which was at Game Stover, I thought it reminded me immediately of this guy, this in my fantasy football league, Stover. And I thought immediately of him when I saw the name, but I was like, well, what are the chances that Stover, the hot stove, is on my live stream? Not very good odds, I wouldn't think. But then when I see the actual message, which is the table has obviously always thought LeBron was better than Jordan. Now that he has a Sixer number or a Sixer jersey, this is actually the hot stove from my fantasy football league, the Stinky League, which is one of, if not to me humbly, the best fantasy football league in the world, the Stinky League. And I am blessed to have Mr. Hot Stove himself on. Shout out to him, actually the reigning champion of the Stinky League here. Shout out to you. Congratulations to you. And to those of you who have been on, and you know that I am flying to Philadelphia coincidentally next week on Thursday. It is for championship dinner to go out around the city and celebrate here at Game Stover. So thank you very much, Hot Stove. I look forward to talking to you and the boys about this more in depth and in person next Friday night. And maybe a former league mate, Spross, could join us as well for a drink, maybe. Actually, he will be. Hopefully, I don't think he will be available for the whole night, but he is a former champion. He's no longer in the league. But maybe I would love to talk to him in person. Me and this Spross character have a long history of battling about the LeBron Kobe topic, though Spross is a Jordan over LeBron guy, so at least he has a little bit of reason. But yes, Stover and the entire city of brotherly love will no doubt be losing their damn minds for the next 2 years, drunk on the LeBron James Clutch Sports credo that I'm sure they are pumping out right now. Unless, again, guys, it goes hilariously sideways, and then the Philadelphians, like I know they are prone to do, will probably jump off quickly and turn on Braun, which is what I will be waiting for. Stover, again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you. I appreciate your kind and generous support here of me and the show. And I look forward to seeing you and toasting and celebrating you next Friday night in Philadelphia. Maybe LeBron will come out and hook up with us, Stover. Maybe we can work that out. Next then we've got Quantum Answer joining us for, I don't know, a third or fourth time. Thank you very much, Quantum Answer, for your continued support and generosity. Gary, what is this latest question or comment from them?
What do you think 2 years in Philly means for LeBron? Ring chasing, and then last year at Cleveland to have his ideal story. I really thought it's going to only be one more. Now it's 2, maybe even possibly 3.
I don't see it being 3, but I certainly thought, look, I thought if he went to Cleveland or stayed in LA, this was it. 1 year and that's it. Like he goes back for 1 year in Cleveland or he stays put in LA for one final year. I thought if he did choose Golden State or Philly or Minnesota or whatever, I thought it would be 2 years, because you really do need to let things gel and coalesce a little bit. And typically it's very hard to do it in 1 year. Unless you're totally unstoppable, too stacked, like too massively unbeatable, like the Golden State Warriors winning 73 games and then adding Kevin Durant. They obviously did it in year 1. Other than that, it's almost impossible to do. So I thought there would probably be a 2-year, 25 overall year commitment for LeBron James. So I don't think it will be 3, but I do think it will firmly be those 2 years. And you're right. It's a puzzling move. It just makes LeBron more of a laughable, pathetic figure. It makes people hate him more. I think him going home to Cleveland would have been a move everybody, even me, could have understood and probably not crushed him for. But now that he makes this gutless, ring-chasing decision, it's going to be nothing but criticism from me all the way through the next 2 years. And I personally, again, to quote the great Bart Scott, can't wait. The Incorruptible is back in again. What's up, my friend? Guys, thank you so much 4.5 hours, obviously, and you're still here. I appreciate it. A final unrelated note. How about that KG vid? I was today actually incorruptible. It's funny you mentioned today. I was going to put out my top 20 all-time defenders list. That was, I've been teasing it for like weeks at least, maybe like 2 months now. I've been sitting on my top 20 all-time NBA defenders list, and a KG he is on that list. And I was going to put it, I was literally going to publish it when I got a call from the Whitlock crew, because I was not scheduled to be on Whitlock's show today, but one of his producers called me and said, he broke the news. It was like 7 minutes after the announcement was made. I didn't see it. I was working. I was finalizing the Defenders video to put out. And they were like, Skap, LeBron to the Sixers. I'm like, what? So they're like, we're sending you a link right now to hop on and talk about it. So I was going to put the Defenders video out. Then I was going to do my KG video next week. Some of that might get pushed now with LeBron finally gracing us with the decision, incorruptible. But the KG video is coming. You can bank on it, and it will be hopefully everything that you've been waiting on. Guys, that's got to be all. I've got to call it a wrap. We still have 760 people on after 4.5 hours, which is insane. I think we had 1,600 when I signed on. We bounced up to 2,300 at one point, which are great numbers for me. And we're still sitting at a ridiculous 760 people, 4 hours and 35 minutes in. As always, I am humbled by your very kind support of me on this platform, guys. I can't thank you enough. Not just the kind and generous donations, but tuning in here, following me, engaging with my stuff, whatever. It means the world to me. We are almost there. My ongoing quest of 100,000 subscribers and my silver Google Play button plaque thingy, which will be on my wall sometime very soon. We are about 1,500 away from that becoming a reality. And I have obviously all of you guys to thank for it. Again, I can never say thank you enough. I really am humbled would be the word. At your continued support. So I appreciate it. All of you guys clearly have those notifications turned on. So I would hope that if you don't, you do now. Please turn those notifications on and click that subscribe button if for some reason you aren't subscribed. Guys, I'm going to be working on a lot of stuff over the next couple days. I'll put out a video sometime tonight on this, which will be maybe 10 minutes or something like that I hope you'll check out. That will be my condensed thoughts, which will be summarized from the last 4.5 hours that I've talked to you here. And then I will be having a conversation about an hour with Connor Hebler. If you guys were on around the 1.5, 2 hour mark, he joined us here for about an hour. I'm going to put a video out, he and I having a conversation. I'll put that out sometime tomorrow as well. So a lot of stuff for me to get to, guys. So I got to run now. So I just want to say thank you again to all of you and to Gary, moderator Gary, aka Gary 828 Sports Talk. He's been covering the LeBron situation pretty closely this summer, these last couple of weeks. He's put out a bunch of content, several videos on LeBron and the coverage pertaining to LeBron. So I urge you guys to get over to Gary 828 Sports Talk. Check out his stuff. Give him a like, a follow, and stuff there as well. And Gary, thank you for everything that you do here for me. Guys, I will probably be hopping on another live stream sometime over the next few days just to unpack the remainder of the moves, the Peyton Watson stuff, and like the Jalen Duren, do an update on that. Maybe talk a little bit more about the 76ers if they make any additional moves. Brawny stuff. So keep an eye out. I will be on sometime soon. In the meantime, though, guys, again, please check out my stuff. I'll have more stuff up tonight and also tomorrow. Until then, guys, really, I hope that you're having a very enjoyable summer. Have a great night tonight. And it is Friday, TGIF. Have a great weekend, I hope. And I will catch you guys sometime, same YouTube time, same YouTube channel